The senators and all in attendance will please stand and be led in prayer by the Honorable Jen A. Kiggins, 7th Senatorial District. Following the prayer, all will please remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by Nathan A. Hatfield, Assistant Clerk, Links, Senate Clerk's Office.
We'll start with a verse from 1 Corinthians 13. If I speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful. It is not arrogant or rude. Love does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrong, but rejoices in the right. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. As British troops were descending upon Boston on September 6, 1774, the Continental Congress's first official act was to request that Reverend Jacob Duché, pastor of Philadelphia's Christ Church, open Congress in prayer for the fledgling nation seeking its independence from England. And I quote a small part of that prayer. Let us pray. Be thou present, O God of wisdom, and direct the counsels of this honorable assembly. Enable them to settle things on the best and surest foundation, that the scene of blood may be speedily closed, that order, harmony, and peace may be effectively restored, and truth, justice, religion, and piety prevail and flourish amongst the people. Preserve the health of their bodies and vigor of their minds. Shower down on them and the millions here they represent such temporal blessings as thou seest expedient for them in this world, and crown them with everlasting glory in the world to come. All this way may we ask in the name and through the merits of Jesus Christ, thy Son and our Savior. Amen.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended consistent with the motion originally made at the beginning of the session to allow members who are not present and meet those particular requirements to be able to vote.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended? All in favor of suspending the rules will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The rules are suspended. The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
An enthusiastic aye, Senator Norman.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes almost as enthusiastically aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Monday, February 1st, 2021.
The senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move we waive the reading of the communications from the House.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes a curious no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, excuse me, I move that Senate bills on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 2 through 7, SB 1104 through SB 1464, be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring, desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 2 through 7, Senate Bill 1104 through Senate Bill 1464, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1104, Senate Bill 1176, Senate Bill 1183, Senate Bill 1184, Senate Bill 1225, Senate Bill 1237, Senate Bill 1272, Senate Bill 1304, Senate Bill 1327, Senate Bill 1349, Senate Bill 1356, Senate Bill 1410, Senate Bill 1431, Senate Bill 1437, Senate Bill 1456, Senate Bill 1458, Senate Bill 1464.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can Senate Bill 1237 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1237 will be removed from the block. And that's on page 4. For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 3, could Senate Bill 1225 come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1225 will be removed from the block. The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bills 1225 and 1237. All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 3, Senate Bill 1225.
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass.
Senator, has the floor.
Speaking to the bill, this bill authorizes school boards to partner with private broadband services to promote, implement, and subsidize broadband for educational purposes to households of students who would qualify. So SNAP kids, free lunch, other students that have been identified as at-risk students. as we know that there is a big problem with affordability, and this was the thought of our broadband community, our private providers, to try to make sure that the schools knew that they would have the ability to collaborate with them. The Virginia Telecommunications Association has worked for this to be a permissive bill, to seek clarity, to affirm that a local school board has the ability to partner with the broadband providers. And, we know that there are over 215,000 children here in Virginia taking advantage of these programs, but there's about 600,000 students who qualify for the free lunch programs. And it would also allow the broadband companies to reimburse the schools for any costs that they incurred. There was a question of whether or not we should have public providers involved in this as well. However, I want to make it clear, a locality or a municipal broadband already has that ability to partner with a local school board. There's no reason for them to be included in this. This was brought to me by the VCTA based on a problem that they had seen. They are trying to make broadband more affordable, and I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1225? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1225 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 38, noes 0, Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 1225 passes.
Returning to page 4, Senate Bill 1237.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass and speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senate Bill 1237 is an amendment to Title 32.1 of the Code, which I think it's fair to say was one of the more obscure code chapters until about 10 months ago. It deals with persons placed under quarantine and how that process works and basically what the procedures are. And in a nutshell, if an individual is placed under quarantine, they have a number of substantive rights. They have a right to know that, first of all, it's the least restrictive means, the quarantine that they're placed under. They have to know that it's based on objective medical findings, and then they have a right of appeal to the circuit court. So all of these are rights that pertain to individuals that are under an order of quarantine. My bill simply extends that same right to people in a state that's placed under quarantine or in a county that's placed under quarantine. In other words, all of the same requires of objectiveness and reasonableness and due process would apply if you're placed under quarantine as a member of a class of people. This came up in a case I had this summer involving a young lady named Linda Park who owned a restaurant in Fredericksburg, Virginia that was closed. I felt like the order that came out from the Department of Health that closed her restaurant and left other restaurants open was based on arbitrary criteria. I brought it to the court. The court did not act and later ruled that she did not have standing because she was not an individual named in a quarantine order. I found that ridiculous because the action by VDH basically wiped her out and pushed her into bankruptcy. So to me, this is critical as free people, as Virginians, that again, we preserve substantive due process, we preserve rights for those people placed under quarantine, whether it's an individual order or a mass order. And I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1237? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1237 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, noes 3. Senate Bill 1237 passes.
Regular calendar Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 1305, a bill relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, construction contracts, subcontractor workforce requirements. Reported from the Committee on General Laws with amendments, and there are 3 floor amendments.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move to reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed in advance to its third read.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the floor the floor amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the amendments in a block be agreed to. And speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So you have 2 pages, a total of 3 amendments. The first of which is excluding the provisions of this bill from localities with population less than 25,000. And so this is something that we worked out with localities. They felt much more comfortable with this, and it removes their opposition because they identified that there are certain localities that may not have a procurement department but have sort of the directors or other sort of city manager do procurements. And so this helps to simplify and, as I said, addresses VML's opposition to the bill. The other 2, Mr. President, are in relation to a conversation with the senator from Williamsburg and a few contractors identifying that as the language as originally written would not have allowed for a contractor or subcontractor, if they had a labor shortage or something else occur, it would have prohibited. And so this inserts sort of a new B, and so it's either specialized in nature of the work or their workforce cannot be, the work can't be performed by its own workforce while still having the final and. It still has to comply with federal and state laws. And so this really allows the flexibility that, I heard some concern and sort of reread through the bill, and I found that, they did have a good point that we needed to clarify in this bill, Mr. President. And so with that, I ask that the amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. And just to clarify, it's all 3 floor amendments?
Yeah, that's affirmative.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that we engross and advance the bill to its third read.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote? Senator Vogel?
Senator Vogel votes aye. Sorry.
Clerk will
Twice.
close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a bill that creates a framework, sort of a check back. As many of you know, we've seen a number of different issues over the last couple of years of our own construction projects getting caught up in lawsuits because of violations of federal and state labor laws, to the fact that in many of our higher education projects, as well as our own General Assembly building, which is widely reported, in the news media over the last several months. This provides a framework of terms and conditions that mimics lots different sections of our Virginia Public Procurement Act using sort of a 10% rule. We already have that framework within our CM risk and design build, where it prohibits the general contractor from performing more than 10% of the work by its own forces. This sort of uses the flip of those numbers to subcontractors. And with the amendments that we've made through the process, it now allows for exemptions in terms of exceeding the 10% threshold in terms of specialized workforce or a labor shortage, or to meet SWAM goals while still complying with federal and state labor laws. And so the issue is the fact that we don't have the terms and conditions laid out. You have to rely on Department of Labor and Industry to investigate. And unfortunately, that takes 6 months to a year. And by then, you've already paid out your taxpayer dollars to contractors or subcontractors that aren't doing the right thing. And frankly, they're undercutting your good contractors that are abiding by our laws. And so this is about fairness. This is also about doing what's right. This is about having a tool that our project managers who've worked on projects many times for years and years, they might have brought the project on time, on budget, yet they can still have a black eye due to a subcontractor cheating out on employment law and try to cut corners and save money. And you've seen, I think every one of us probably drives by VCU every day, and you've seen the protests outside as we approach here to the Science Museum. It's just one example, not to mention, again, the General Assembly building. And so this is an important construct that we have within our procurement code to allow our localities, our institutions of higher education, and other entities to ensure they have a tool to combat and be able to respond quickly with either a cure notice or notice to the contract that they can correct it on the spot versus waiting 3-6 months to get resolved. That's too much time. You all are familiar that under the Prompt Payment Act, you're required to pay in within 30 days as long as the work is complete. So many times the work could be complete, and so there's nothing to go back on in terms of recourse of saving your payments. So this is important for our taxpayer dollars, that they be used wisely and justly, and urge the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1305? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1305 pass? All in favor of the motion. For purposes, the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph Rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I didn't plan on speaking to this bill today. I thought maybe folks would look at this and kind of see it for what it really is. What this is going to do is going to drive up the cost of buildings of our schools, building of our municipalities, pretty much any building in general. When you say the contractor has to do more than 10% of the work or otherwise no longer able to do it. A lot of what we're doing right now is design build. And I've got to tell you, when you put together a design build proposal for a $50, $100, $200 million building, then you're looking at something where pretty much no single contractor is going to be able to do more than 10, 20, 30, 40, 80% of the work themselves. And Mr. President, there's a reason why we get best value when we go out and go to the best concrete guy, the best steel guy. You can pull all this together without having to have it all internalized or under one company where you're carrying those overheads. So truly, I think this bill, this is probably the wrong time for a bill like this. This is the wrong time for us to put additional costs on our municipalities, on our businesses. I mean, heck, we're still fighting over coronavirus and trying to get through this. So I think that this is a bad bill, and I urge the body to vote against it. Thank you.
Mr. President, Senator Norman.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Would the gentleman from Prince William yield for a question, please?
Will Senator yield?
I yield to the
Senator,
mysterious voice.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my question to the gentleman is, under the provisions of the bill, including the 3 amendments that are adopted, does the law still allow for independent contractors to be on jobs?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I'd respond to the senator that yes, in fact, the floor amendments allow that flexibility. If they exceed the 10th threshold, it's simply a check back, as long as they're in conformance with federal and state laws.
Further question?
I thank the gentleman speaking to the bill, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I've listened to the argument on the support of this bill on a couple of occasions. And first of all, I think reference has been made several times to the General Assembly building and the problems they purportedly are having. And those, I use the word purportedly intentionally because I don't think there's been an adjudication on whether or not there has been a violation of that. Secondly, it does concern me that I think this legislation is consistent with what the senior senator from Virginia Beach said, and it has the potential to drive up costs because it may force some of these mid-sized companies to hire additional individuals so that they can compete on these jobs. And so, Mr. President, for that reason, I will be opposing the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, I'll be brief, but when you look at this, we are doing something that is unprecedented. This bill right now, if it passes into law, puts a local government's procurement office and their public works office right in the middle of business relationships between contractors, subcontractors, and their subcontractors. I mean, procurement offices, government procurement offices should not be in the business of being in the middle of these parties, and they're not trained to be in the middle of these business-to-business relationships. Quite frankly, what I see here is government overreach in the terms of trying to balance what seems to be a good concept, but the solution is not a good concept. I mean, what we see in 1305, quite frankly, you're going to leave procurement officers with a lot of time that they're going to have to spend reviewing requests that any time a contractor decides not to use his own personnel, and then spend even an additional time enforcing that part of the contract. Regulation after regulation, red tape after red tape. This is going to cause our public procurement contracting be elongated. It's going to cause building projects to take longer. It's going to cause those localities to have to spend more money, more time, and it's going to cost the taxpayers just because we think we need to put this regulation in the middle between our local governments and their contractors and subcontractors. It always seemed to me when I was chairman of the vaunted local government committee that what we tried to do was to, while under the Dillon rule, and they suffer under the Dillon rule, we tried to trust them. We tried to believe that they're going to do things right, that they're going to do it efficiently, that they're going to spend only the amount of money that they have to of their taxpayers in order to make sure they're doing the best thing for their taxpayers. What I always had a problem with, and I know my former chairmans would probably see it the same way, is we always love to inject the General Assembly into local government. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, it reminds me when my dad used to lovingly say to me, "When I want your opinion, I will give it to you." This seems to be that. This seems to be saying to our localities, we don't trust you. We don't trust you to get it right. We don't trust you to be fair. And so we're going to stick your public works people and your procurement people right smack in the middle of the contractual process. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to vote no on this bill. There may be a solution, and I think the senator who proposed it is trying to get at that solution. But I don't think that this piece of legislation accomplishes the goal that he seeks. And I thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Yes, Mr. President, if no one else wishes to speak.
Yes, Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the comments and concerns, and I'd hopefully draw the senator from Franklin's attention to the substitute. And the substitute, as we worked it out in committee, actually removes the language review. So the bill before you actually does not put your procurement officers or project managers in the middle of the contract. It solely relies on the relationship, as it should be, with the contractor and subcontractor, as they hold the contracts between those two parties. And so that was clarified. In fact, that removed the opposition of the Virginia Association of Governmental Purchasing. They worked with us on the bill through committee, identified that as one of those issues, and that issue is now resolved in the bill before you. I'd further offer to the body, just as a reminder, that we have multiple things within our Virginia Public Procurement Act that are requirements of the General Assembly. And we do that within our terms and conditions. We require payments bonds, we require performance bonds, we require multiple other things. Why? Because they're good public policy. And this creates a framework to address some of the things that we've seen over the last couple of years that absolutely have to be fixed, Mr. President, and move that the bill pass. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. I thought I had pressed my button, but I had not earlier. Mr.
Senator, the floor.
Speaking to the bill, I'd first like to correct it. It shows that I voted for this bill, and that was a mistake, Mr. President. I left my proxy, and I guess I gave bad instructions on that, but this is a bill I could never support. And the reason I could never support a bill like this is because this eliminates competition, and it entirely eliminates local contractors. And I think it's a sin for us to do that. We have so many hardworking people that are local, independent contractors that bid on so many of these procurement jobs, and they do such a good job. And make no mistake, we all know what this bill's about. This is to only allow a few very large entities to bid on these contractors, and that's just simply wrong. And we shouldn't be trying to exclude small businesses, small business people in any way, shape, or form from being able to bid on these contracts. It's just wrong, and I hope that some will vote against this measure.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1305? Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess just since I've spoken twice, maybe just to clarify some point in facts, that this has no impact on the size or scale, just for the body's consideration, of a contractor or contractor size or any other provisions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1305 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Thank you. Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 1305 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 1237, I'd like to motion that bill be reconsidered so a member can correct their vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. What page is that on, Senator?
Your pardon, Mr. President, on page 4, Senate Bill 1237.
1237. Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1237 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having been previously explained, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1237 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. Senate Bill 1237 passes.
Senate Bill 1170, a bill relating to additional local sales and use tax to support schools.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would respectfully move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill, sir.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a concept which the entire Senate is familiar with, and it is another jurisdiction, the Isle of Wight County, which has asked for support to increase their local sales and use tax to dedicate the funds exclusively towards school construction. It's supported by the local government authorities and the business community, and I would ask the bill to pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1170? For what purpose does the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask a question of the patron, if I could, please.
Will Senator yield?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the patron of the bill if this tax request was a referendum, the people of this particular area asking for the sales tax, or was it the local elected authorities? Thank you.
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate the lady asking me the question. It was not done by a local referendum. It was brought to me by the Isle of Wight Board of Supervisors that was supportive of it. But they did that after checking with many business members and citizens of the Isle of Wight community to determine there was support. And like many small counties that have a minimal tax base, it is difficult for them to raise the funds within their normal stream of revenues to build the new schools that they must. So no referendum, local government supported it, and the business community supports it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1170? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1170 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 14.
Ayes 25, noes 14. Senate Bill 1170 fails.
Senate Bill 1106, a bill relating to the establishment of the Public School Assistance Fund and Program.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 1106 pass. And speaking to the measure.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. We've seen this bill before, but it again highlights the importance of the need to modernize our schools. The previous bill offered by the senator from James City County demonstrates how hard it is to try to find funding for the modernization of our schools. We have so many schools out here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, Mr. President, that need modernization. We have so many schools that were built before World War II that are still in use. A lot of them have flat roofs. And from those flat roofs, you would have rain coming in, and it would come into the inside of the structure. It would affect the electronics, the electric, the HVAC, and then seep into the kids' classrooms. And there were kids that would then have to move because the mold, the mildew, and the rain would be coming through the ceiling and onto their head. We have a huge, enormous problem in the Commonwealth of Virginia that we continue not to address. We owe it to our children to provide to them a modern education, and that no matter what their zip code is, no matter where they live or their financial station in life, that they are getting the same education in our inner cities and rural areas as their children are receiving in the Loudoun counties, the Fairfax, the Arlingtons, the more affluent areas of the Commonwealth of Virginia. But the first step in modernization requires us actually to fix the structure. As you can see right now, even in the senator from James City County's bill, that money is hard to come by. Because we got to start right now stopping the degrading of these buildings if we're going to use them again before we modernize them. And what this bill does is it creates a fund that allows for the commitment of public dollars through appropriations by the General Assembly, private monies from corporations who may be in the areas and want to help in the modernization of the schools, and also public funds at the local level. Putting it into a fund, and then at that point, then we can not only just repair roofs, but also, as the senior senator from the city of Richmond's amendments demonstrates, other important functionalities of those buildings so that we can stop the degrading. This fund, we had money actually put in the budget last year, but we had no vehicle in which to distribute it for modernization of schools for school repair. Well, now this is the vehicle. And it's about time that this General Assembly understand that we have a huge multi-billion-dollar problem in front of us that has to be solved now. I have said it before, and I will say it again, because you know this is my number one issue. Our children are our number one natural resource. Our best natural resource. The majority of most children who go through our K-12 public school system do not go on to college. And so therefore we must treat that public education system as providing the workforce that's going to not only sustain businesses that are here, but help entrepreneurs and other businesses start a business here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. This fund would be applied to those counties and cities who are in the greatest needs of repair, of their roofs, of their HVACs, of other things pertaining to maintaining the status quo of the building and improving it so that it can be later modified and modernized. And so for those reasons, Mr. President, I renew my motion that Senate Bill 1106 pass. We need to do this. We need to address this problem now. We need to do it for our children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to ask the patron, the senator from Franklin County, a question.
Will the senator yield?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Absolutely, I'll yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Okay, I'm reading the fiscal impact statement here, and there's an acknowledgement that some dollars will be needed to hire staff to manage this fund, but I don't see, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see any dedicated source of revenue for this fund. Am I correct?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I answered the gentlelady, my friend, by saying we had actually dedicated resources in the budget in the original front end of the two-year biennium budget, but no place to put them. So I believe those monies are still there. I've put in a budget amendment that would seed the fund. But I think what we have to do is actually build the house before we even put the furniture in it, in this, so that we have now an entity, a government entity that can actually then we can appropriate monies to. And then we can also advertise to our localities so that they can have local matches. And then we can also advertise to businesses and encourage them to make donations so that we can repair our schools.
Further question?
No further question. I thank the gentleman. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in strong support of this. I was on the subcommittee that you chaired, the senator from Franklin, and we took tours across the Commonwealth, and there certainly is a significant need to repair our schools, and it is such a significant need that school boards really and local governments can't raise the funds to do these repairs. And many of our schools, unfortunately, are older than 50 years of age. So roofs and HVAC systems all need to be upgraded. And as far as I'm concerned, now, the 21st century, they need high-speed broadband and all the technology complements that you would want your schools and your students to have. I just hope one day we can find a dedicated source of revenue, and maybe we could even turn this into a low-interest loan combination with a grant so we can actually get money flowing out to our school systems. Having said that, I'm strongly going to support this, and I thank the gentleman for bringing it forward.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I think that the problem has been identified as one in excess of $18 billion. And the problem is real. It's in virtually every locality in the state. The needs for modern facilities, it's a cry and shame that in some localities, children do not have the ability to learn in the same kind of encouraging environment that they do in others. But I think it's important that this bill pass, but I don't think anyone in here should fool themselves into thinking we are doing one thing about the problem with this bill. I introduced legislation this year that didn't pass, didn't get out of committee, that would have raised about $70 million a year on an ongoing basis. It would have raised more money every year by raising taxes. Because at the end of the day, we have to have real money to fix this problem. And this bill, while it's a nice gesture, it doesn't do anything.
For what purpose does the Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
What he said. No, it's a couple of points. I think there is a point to start to invest. I'd just point up a couple of things. I'm supportive of the framework. There are some technical things that the body needs to consider. As with the amendment, providing grants, basically one-time grant funding to ongoing debt and bond obligation is not a good fiscal policy. Something to consider as this moves forward. It is not good fiscal policy. Why? Because you still have 20 or 30 years of ongoing bond obligations and interest payments to make. Using one-time sources to then rebalance your books is simply not good fiscal policy. The other portions that need to be considered as the bill moves forward is also, frankly, ensuring that the localities have what's called their ongoing capital facilities maintenance plan in place. Often when folks struggle through the financial budget cuts, they don't consider what occurs with the deferred maintenance. And so typically in the industry, you'll see anywhere between 1% to 3% of the total replacement value funded as a part of its capital program. There should be requirements in this if a locality is to participate and be awarded a grant that it also is at least minimally funding up to 1 to 1.5% of its capital deferred maintenance program. Otherwise, this will exacerbate the issue, and we will be back at this again. We might be able to do temporary roof replacements or Band-Aids, but without the appropriate fiscal discipline and policies in place, we will be back at this again. Some of us might not be here because it'll be in 15 years after the replacement values go through the cycle, but there are some other things that need to be strongly considered to create a strong fiscal framework for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would agree that this bill is not going to completely solve the problem. But what we have heard from our local school divisions time and time again is every little bit helps. We started this process in 2020 by putting some funding in the budget, but there was no fund through which to send it to the schools. We started this process in 2020 by putting a commission in place to look at and make recommendations to the General Assembly on how we can have a dedicated source of revenue. But we still need a fund to put that revenue in. There is precedent for those wondering, why are we going to start a fund today that may not put money in it today? There's precedent for that. We did that with the casino bill last year, which created the Virginia Indigenous Peoples Fund, so that some of the proceeds could go into that fund, but those proceeds aren't here yet. It set the mechanism up in place so that we would have a mechanism to share those proceeds with our Virginia tribes. We have got to start the process of saying we, as a General Assembly, recognize and understand we have a responsibility to help fund our education system, and that includes the buildings in which these children learn, because you cannot learn when you have water dripping on your head. You cannot learn when you can't breathe because of mold. Our superintendents, my superintendent in Charles City County used to tell me every year when we would meet to talk about the General Assembly that what keeps him up at night is what is he going to do when the chiller breaks and they don't have the money to repair it. This starts the process. Is it a little bit? Yes. But every little bit helps, and we need to come back next year and take the next step. So I ask you to support this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1106? Seeing none, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank those people, those senators who have stood on this floor to speak to Senate Bill 1106, because I think we're finally realizing that this is an important issue, critical issue in our public education system. This isn't the first time I've brought this bill, and this isn't the first time that I have had the senator from Bath say, it does nothing. But I remember that you got to learn to crawl before you learn to walk. And you have to learn to walk before you learn to run. We're not even in the crawling stage. But as the senior senator from Richmond, and I want to thank her for her efforts as a part of that subcommittee in local government with the senator from Western Fairfax and the senator from Arlington. And we learned that you have to do something, you have to start somewhere. And we went to every area and saw the poor condition of these schools. And it didn't matter whether it was in an affluent area or the inner city or a rural area. It was a universal problem. It's a human issue, not a partisan issue. And there will be a time where we're going to be debating about how much money of the Commonwealth's resources or the taxpayers' resources we can dedicate to this problem. But the bills already that allow the local referendums for increasing their sales tax and keeping that money entirely for school construction and modernization was a first step. It's not the be-all and end-all, especially for the smaller areas. They cannot bank a lot of money from that just slight increase, 3/4 of 1 cent. Where other more affluent areas, that's a big boon. So we're going to have to put some dedicated resources in there. We're going to have to do it at the expense of some other projects that we may want to do, because this is the most important project there is. We owe it to our children. It's in our Constitution that we shall provide an education, a free education, to the children of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Well, when you got the future casino money, and I think there are other resources, might be in the dreaded skills game debate, but also, quite frankly, there is a bill up today, a resolution up today, Privileges in Election, where I've put before, which gets us to run a November ticket, the House would run on it, that says to the people of Virginia, tell us, or should we be dedicating a $3 billion bond towards school modernization? And you heard the number from the senator from Bath. The number is much bigger than that. $3 billion would be a heck of a way for us to really kick this into gear. And the voters should be able to tell us whether that should be the priority that we have. And so, not only, Mr. President, am I advocating for Senate Bill 1106, but I'm also advocating for my bill that's going to come up in P&E today, and I hope that you look upon it favorably. We need some kind of large amount of money, and there's not a lot of resources left. There's not a lot of new pools of money out there, and there's always a lot of hands in there trying to get that as their piece of the pie. We need to buckle up, and there will be considerations, as the senator from Bath has made, will be considerations on where we can find other revenue sources. But as the senior senator from Richmond says, we have to start now. We now have the vehicle, and this bill provides that vehicle so that we can pay for the fixing of our schools and start the modernization that every student deserves, regardless of their zip code. And I thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion that Senate Bill 1106 pass.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1106 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1106 passes.
Senate Bill 1390, a bill relating to cats, trap, neuter, and return program civil penalty.
The senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
No.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass. In speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as you know, many of us know, all of us know who have been here for a while, every now and then you put a bill in and you think, who could possibly be against this bill? It makes perfect sense. And then ultimately, some group appears at your doorstep. I don't know, the let's maintain large herds of unvaccinated, ever-expanding feral cats around dumpsters group, and tells you why your bill is a bad bill. But this is a very good bill, Mr. President. This bill promotes and encourages what is a very great practice, and that's the trap, neuter, and return program. Those programs exist throughout this Commonwealth already, Mr. President. There's a very successful one you heard reference to yesterday in Fairfax County. Lynchburg has one, Charlottesville has one, Richmond has one, and then several smaller towns and localities across the Commonwealth. There is some concern that perhaps these programs lack the authorization they need, and so that's had a chilling effect on some localities and some institutions within localities initiating these programs. And also there's some concern with volunteers in these programs. When they return the vaccinated and neutered cats, that they could conceivably be abandoning the animal. And so that's what this bill seeks to do. It seeks to close, I guess you would call them loopholes, and to remove the chilling effect and encourage these programs across the Commonwealth. It authorizes any public or private animal shelter, releasing agency, hospital, or clinic that is operated under the immediate supervision of a duly licensed veterinarian to operate a trap, neuter, and return program. And furthermore, what this bill does, Mr. President, for the first time, at the end of the bill, it establishes several criteria for trap, neuter, and return programs. Very strict, very clear public policy criteria for these programs, and again, under the auspices and supervision of a veterinarian. So again, these programs have a great track record in those localities that have felt they had the authority and the ability to implement them. They do a great service to our communities as we try to rein in these large groups of feral cats. And the only other option is the status quo, and the status quo clearly isn't working. And so for those reasons, Mr. President, I move that 1390 pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
I can't resist, Mr. President.
It's like catnip.
President, speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
You know, Mr. President, I have the tremendous respect for this body, and so much so that yesterday, after the amendment that I offered failed, I thought, you know, the collective wisdom of the Senate says the amendment is a bad idea, so you ought to go on and vote for that bill. So that was the premise under which I started thinking yesterday afternoon. But I couldn't help forget the testimony from the gentleman from Franklin and his passionate plea on the floor to be able to trap people's cats and neuter them. And it evoked a mental image in my mind. You know how sometimes when you get a song in your mind and you can't get it out? So yesterday evening, the whole time I've got this mental image of the gentleman from Franklin who actually grew up in Fairfax with that perfect hairdo, surreptitiously prowling around my home at night, trying to catch my cat so he can have his way with it. Mr. President, that mental image was more than I could bear. And it caused me to stand on this floor today and appeal to each and every one of you all to save these cats from the fate of Stanley. We have to stand together and try to save these cats from what these folks would do to them. So I hope at least a few people will vote no on this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Speak briefly to the bill, Mr.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Winston Churchill once said democracy was the worst form of government, except for all the others. I think the same thing applies here. This may be the worst solution in some people's minds, but it's better than all the others, and I would urge you to support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1390? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1390 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. Senate Bill 1390 passes.
Senate Bill 1178, a bill relating to genetic counseling conscience clause.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Thank the senator. You have the floor.
This is about accurate scientific information and patient-centered care. Genetic counselors provide information to people who may be concerned about a possible predisposition to the breast cancer gene or to Tay-Sachs or Huntington's disease or other serious conditions. And when people go to a medical professional like a genetic counselor, they want to get accurate medical information, and we operate under the assumption that medical professionals are providing patient-centered care, not centering the care on their own personal beliefs. And currently, there is a clause in the genetic counseling statute that allows counselors to deny medical information based on a patient's, whatever their close beliefs are, whether it's their religion or not wanting to serve someone because of their sexual orientation or a fear about what they would do with this accurate information or any deeply held objection to providing the information. So what we would be doing is removing what's called a conscience clause, the only one that exists for medical professionals in the code. And it would be aligning our statute with the code for genetic counselors. I've heard from the former president of the Virginia Association of Genetic Counselors, as well as the board of the genetic counselors in support of the bill. So I would ask that we adopt this and just remove an unnecessary potential obstacle to patient-centered care.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1178? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1178 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 14.
Ayes 24, noes 14. Senate Bill 1178 passes.
Senate Bill 1180, a bill relating to civil actions filed on behalf of multiple persons.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is a bill you all saw last year that we passed. It's a bill that authorizes or directs the Supreme Court to develop rules to authorize class action lawsuits in Virginia. It's not effective until July 1, 2022, and it requires them to set up the rules this fall. Virginia is one of only 2 states in America that doesn't allow this remedy in its courts. It's us and Mississippi. So obviously, we are an outlier in America. The federal system has done this for decades. Most other states allow it at the state level. By not having this remedy on our books as ability to resolve litigation, it requires often zillions and zillions of cases to be filed at once, clogging our courts. To give you an example, because the Volkswagen Audi corporation subsidiary, whatever, is headquartered in Herndon, Virginia. There were over 400 lawsuits filed in Fairfax County Circuit Court because of the Volkswagen emissions problem. For those of you from Hampton Roads, you might remember about Chinese drywall. Same thing happened there. If you have a class action remedy, you can have one person appointed to resolve the whole thing. It can be resolved collectively, efficiently. It minimizes the amount of time the courts have to spend on these things, et cetera. It also levels the playing field for folks. For example, if you think about landlord-tenant situations, if you think about other folks dealing with, for example, predatory lenders, other large corporations that break the law multiple times in small dollar amounts, this helps to give people access to justice. At least in my experience also, I found many businesses actually prefer to resolve matters on a class basis because it allows them to adjust their risk evolving out of a situation on a collective basis and resolve everything at once instead of having to deal with everything on a piecemeal fashion. So, Mr. President, I think it's time that we got our legal system up to par with the rest of the country. I would hope we could pass this bill again and get it on to the House. Happy to answer any questions if anybody has them.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, it seems I've agreed about half the time with my friend from Southern Fairfax on civil justice bills this year. This is one where I think I part company with him. You know, the fact that Virginia does it different is not necessarily such a bad thing. I think many people would argue that we're doing it right and that everybody else is doing it wrong. We do a pretty doggone good job of getting cases through from beginning to end and doing it in a pretty efficient way. And this year, we're frankly doing a lot to turn upside down our criminal and civil justice system and putting a lot of burden on our courts and introducing a lot of concepts that the Virginia courts are not really well equipped to deal with. And this is one of them. You know, we've created are seemingly about to create an automatic right of appeal to the Court of Appeals for every civil and criminal case in Virginia, which is going to extend the period of time between beginning and end of litigation, probably by another year. We are raising the jurisdictional limits for General District Court, which may very well also extend the time for resolution of a case. You know, what we're going to do here is we are piling on not only the courts, but we're also piling on the businesses in Virginia. We have done an awful lot over the course of the past year that has changed the business environment. And, you know, whether it's good or bad is subject to debate. I have a different view from many of my colleagues about whether some of the legislation that we've adopted that's put additional burdens on Virginia business is a good idea or a bad idea. But the fact is that we have put additional burdens on Virginia businesses that have the potential to depress our business ranking in the country. And this is one of the most important issues that helps us support our ranking as one of the best places in America to do business. And the gentleman talks about VW and talks about the drywall cases. Well, let me tell you, there's a big difference between the VW case and the drywall case and what the majority of this bill is going to do. This is not just going to give everybody in this room who owns a Volkswagen the ability to band together and file a class action suit against VW. This is going to give an opportunity to, you know, this band of roving plaintiffs' lawyers, most of whom are from out of state, to get together and file these class action lawsuits, not for an identified group of plaintiffs who own Volkswagens or who have suffered damage from drywall in their house, but it is going to give opportunities to jam up our courts with these coupon cases, these cases that are filed for perceived slights fractions of pennies for each consumer in Virginia who are going to have the ability to file class action lawsuits on behalf of these unidentified plaintiffs in these actions. So I would just suggest that while maybe someday we ought to consider looking at class actions, I think it's a bad idea, but I really think it's a bad idea to do this to Virginia businesses and to our court system right now. You know, we're going to talk in probably a couple of days about this automatic right of appeal to the Court of Appeals. You know what? We learned in the Courts Committee that in order to accommodate that, we're going to have to hire 50 new deputy attorney generals in order to be able to handle just the criminal aspect of this. So when you look at the burden that we're adding on the Virginia courts, this is not an insubstantial additional burden. I would ask you to vote no.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I echo the comments from the gentleman from Rockingham in their entirety, but I think there's one other important point that needs to be mentioned. We are hopefully, to God, coming out of the first pandemic that I've ever been a part of. And I hope that we're going to see the end of this soon, maybe even this year. But our businesses have struggled. I mean, the discussion on Capitol Hill right now is more money, more money, more money to try to keep them afloat. Well, if you enact a provision right now to allow class action suits against Virginia business, it may very well and probably will be the straw that broke the camel's back. So if you like the idea, that's fine. But I don't think now's the right time. And I do, you know, it surprises me how much I agree with the senator from Eastern Fairfax on the majority of these issues, and I generally would not be opposed to this, but I'm opposed to it now because the timing is really bad for what our businesses have gone through and what they may have to continue to go through for the rest of the year. So I'd ask you not to support this bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief, and I plan to support this bill. I recognize this idea that COVID has placed a stress on our businesses, and we are going to get bills on that, and we're going to have legislation on that, and that is exactly correct. But I take issue with the fact that somehow having a class action remedy will overstress our courts. Keep in mind that what a class action means is when you have hundreds or even thousands of similarly situated plaintiffs, they can file one consolidated action and have that adjudicated and have that appeal rather than filing 1,000 different actions. We've seen this remedy being used, for example, in the opioid litigation, where you have millions of people that became addicted to opioids. And my law firm has represented 3 of those rural counties. We filed as part of a class action in northeastern Ohio. We couldn't file in Virginia because Virginia doesn't have a class action remedy. This is a way that we could bring together claims of millions of people and get them paid. So in reality, a class action simplifies the system because you get all these claims in front of one judge. And I recognize that this is a stress on business, but to be honest, class action already exists at the federal system. It exists in pretty much every other state. So I don't derogate what is being said, but I do think that this remedy in actuality will make our court system more efficient, not less efficient.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake, rise.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
And there's nothing inherently wrong with class actions, but we do have in federal court in Virginia are open to all class actions currently. And almost any class action suit by its very nature is going to be eligible for federal court. But let's think about what we are doing to our court system in this special session of last year and this session. So last session, we are now doing away with jury sentencing in criminal cases. and I know we talked about it briefly, but I don't think many of you have any idea what that is going to do to the caseload for our circuit court judges, who will now be doing all of the sentencing in criminal cases brought in the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are then going to change the Court of Appeals. Court of Appeals by right, and all of the new cases add 5 judges, a minimum of 55 attorneys for the Attorney General's office. And now, and we're doing General District Court, we're going to double their liability, or double their jurisdiction amount from $25,000 to $50,000. And now we're going to throw in class actions. And so none of these have taken effect. We have had no studies on the caseload. We have not seen how our judges are going to respond. And we have not even considered the fiscal impact these changes are going to have to our court system over the next couple of years. We are making dramatic changes to our court system in the span of 1 year. And it is going to cost a lot, and it's going to put a lot of stress on our judges, and we probably don't have enough. It is going to be a dramatic impact on our personnel. And we talk about other thing. Virginia has long been considered one of the best places to be a lawyer. You have people come in from out of state and, oh my goodness, how refreshing it is to be here, where y'all don't fight over this or this or this. And you, even in Northern Virginia, where it is somewhat more stressful than it is in Lynchburg or Harrisonburg or Hanover County or King William. But we're going to bring it open to these late night advertisements that you see every time you watch television for this illness, and this illness. And make no mistake about it, in most of these class action lawsuits, the plaintiffs receive pennies. The lawyers make fortunes, and the plaintiffs receive pennies. That's why they bring class action, because most of the cases are not very valuable. The lawyers get the majority of the money. The people, the harmed people, receive very little. So I would ask you to vote against this bill. Let's take a minute and let's see what happens and reflect. Let's look and see what happens with all the bills we've already passed to the judicial system in the Commonwealth.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1180? Seeing none, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping I'd get to argue with all the lawyers in the body today.
Senator, the floor.
So speaking to the bill, a few things. First of all, this bill is not effective until July 1 of 2022, so it's not effective for another 14, 16 months, and we're going to be out of this pandemic by then, knock on wood. Number one. Number two, yes, class actions are authorized in federal court, and they have been for years, and there are Virginia class actions that are filed in federal court, but not every class action can be filed in federal court. In order to get into federal court, you either have to have a federal question, which means you have to be suing under a federal statute, or you have to have diversity of citizenship. And it's often the case that every single person that's hurt in the case happens to be a Virginian, and the person on the other side happens to be a Virginian. For example, a landlord and their tenants. And those cases cannot be filed in federal court, period. Or if you have a Volkswagen and you live in Virginia and the headquarters is in Virginia, then you can't be part of it because there's no federal question, because there's no diversity of citizenship. And so this closes the loop on that small class of people that cannot do this under existing federal law or the laws of other states. Not a huge expansion, number one. Number two, the expansion of the Court of Appeals, from my perspective, actually makes it easier to do this, because if you're aggrieved, you have a guaranteed right to get it reviewed. Whereas right now, you're playing the lottery to see if the Supreme Court lets you be one of the 70 cases they let in out of the 1,500 to 2,000 that are appealed there every year. And when you're dealing with larger issues like this, it's important that you have the right to appeal to make sure the court got it right. So from my perspective, the fact that we're doing the Court of Appeals actually militates in favor of doing things like this, makes it easier to do things like this. Number three, as I said earlier, lots of businesses like this because it makes it a lot easier for them to adjust risk. If you have something that goes wrong and go wrong in a big way, it's a lot easier to mitigate and control that risk if you can resolve things as a class instead of dealing with 50 different people or 100 different people or 250 people and their separate counsel. This makes things more efficient. I would also just note, Mr. Chairman, that to the extent people are concerned about best states to do business in, according to Forbes in their latest rankings, North Carolina is number 1, Texas is number 2, Utah is number 3, Virginia's 4, Florida's 5. Guess what? 4 out of those 5 have class action lawsuits already. So if it was such a big deal, why are they ranked ahead of us? This isn't gonna change our ranking. And the last thing I'd say, Mr. President, is that I heard some about about coupon cases and unidentified plaintiffs. Y'all might remember yesterday I made some floor amendments to the bill where I pointed out that I had incorporated into the enactment clause as a requirement that the Supreme Court, in their rules, enact standards consistent with the Federal Class Action Fairness Act. The Class Action Fairness Act was adopted in 2005, and the entire purpose of it was to create settlement standards involving coupon settlements, to make sure that lawyers' fees were only based on coupons redeemed and not coupons issued. That was a big reform the feds did. That's incorporated into this bill. And with regard to unidentified plaintiffs, to settle a class action case, you have to identify the plaintiffs. You don't settle a case with unidentified plaintiffs. That's just not how they work. The company identifies who the people are, and then they get their payment as part of the settlement. Unidentified people don't get anything. So I'm not really clear where that's coming from. So, Mr. President, I know a lot of this is new to Virginia, and I know that it's not something a lot of folks that practice law in the state are comfortable with, but this is the way the rest of the country works and the way it's worked in the federal system for decades. And it's time that Virginia brought our system up to speed with everybody else. I hope we can pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1180 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 1180 passes.
Senate Bill 1215, a bill relating to Virginia Residential Landlord and Tenant Act, tenant remedies for exclusion from dwelling unit, interruption of services, or actions taken to make premises unsafe.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move SB 1215 pass. And speaking to that motion,
There's the floor.
SB 1215 has to do with increasing penalties for landlords who unlawfully evict tenants. An unlawful eviction is when you can lock out a tenant, you could cut off the utilities, you could remove make the property unsafe for habitation, like removing a door in the winter. And you might think this is uncommon, but I have recent examples from Richmond, Charlottesville, Fredericksburg, Danville, and elsewhere in the Commonwealth about this happening, landlords taking things into their own hands. The proper way to evict someone, if they're worthy of eviction, is to go to court and do it with a legal process. What this bill does is it places the penalty for unlawful eviction from actual damages plus reasonable attorney fees to $5,000 or 4 months' rent, whichever is greater. 33 states have significantly stronger damages than Virginia does for unlawful eviction, and we know that this bill is supported by a consensus of stakeholders from the Realtors and Virginia Apartment Management Association, other good actors like the Apartment and Office Building Association, Virginia Manufactured Housing Association, as well as the NAACP and Virginia Poverty Law Center. I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1215? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1215 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. Senate Bill 1215 passes.
Senate Bill 1235, a bill relating to Department of Health, certain communication prohibited.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Mr. President,
Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
would we be able to take this by for the day?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1235 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1266, a bill relating to admission to bail, rebuttable presumptions against bail.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
The Eighth Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees that one who's charged with crime will not have excessive bail. Article 1, Section 9 of the U.S. Constitution makes the same guarantee. Under our system of justice, one accused of crime is considered presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Yet, in the last 25 years, we've passed any number of bills, and I voted for most of them, honestly, to create presumptions against bail for a variety of people charged with crime. And the result of that has been that you've had an overcrowding of jails. You've had too many people in jail pre-trial before they're proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I've not seen any evidence to suggest that even the majority of those people are proven guilty. But the reality is that judges are perfectly equipped to make determinations whether one is a danger to himself or others, whether the public or an alleged victim or their family will be subject to harm if the person's released prior to trial, or to make the determination whether the person is a flight risk. And if they make that determination that they are a flight risk or a danger, the court has the ability to deny bail or to set a very high bail. What this bill doesn't have anything to do with what sort of bail is set. What this bill says is there's no presumption against bail in any case, that courts can do what they did for many years in this Commonwealth, and that's decide each case on its own merits, decide whether an individual defendant should be admitted to bail. That's simply what the bill does. Again, I move for its passage.
For what purpose does Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak against the bill.
Senator has the floor.
To the bill. Mr. President, members, I would urge you to take a look at this bill and what it does and the work that it has undone. As the senator from Bath pointed out, most all of us have voted for legislation that made certain offenses for which courts were to presume that bail was not to be granted. That doesn't mean that it's not to be granted. It is simply a presumption. And somebody who's arrested on one of these offenses can certainly present evidence to the court and secure his or her release. But look at this. Here's one. An act of violence committed by somebody who has twice previously been convicted of violent felonies. That seems like a pretty good reason to keep somebody in jail without bail unless they can demonstrate that they should be granted bail. Another, a violation, and we may disagree about this, but a violation which relates to the possession of firearms and other weapons, and which relates to a firearm that provides a mandatory minimum sentence. Now, a lot of people in this body have spent a lot of time advocating for and securing the passage of bills creating offenses related to firearms. And now, this is undoing a presumption against bail for those. A felony that has a felony if the person has been convicted of 2 or more offenses under substantially similar laws, meaning they're at it again. We've let them out, and they have offended for the 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th or 7th time. A felony that was committed while the person is on release pending trial for a prior felony. We're saying that there's no presumption against bail for that person? Honestly, if there's anybody who we ought to presume shouldn't be granted bail, it would be that person. A person, you know, this list, it goes on and on and on. And these are felonies and offenses upon which I think we'd all agreed should not be subject to, or somebody should not be exempt from a presumption against bail. Here, another one, a violation of an offense or an offense that establishes a felony penalty for a person who has previously been convicted of 2 offenses of assault and battery against a family or household member. So somebody has been convicted of domestic violence twice, or a 3rd, or a 4th time. And we're going to repeal the presumption against bail for that person so he can go home and wreak havoc upon his family. This is just wrong. There's good reason for doing this. And I would submit that doing this in a wholesale fashion like this is not the kind of deliberative action that we ought to be undertaking. Some of these are very good. There are very good and very valid reasons why we have a presumption against bail. And, you know, maybe a couple of them ought to be repealed. Maybe we ought to be looking at some of these instances where we say that there is a presumption against bail, but to simply say as a wholesale matter that people who are out on bail committing other crimes, that they shouldn't be presumed, that there shouldn't be a presumption against bail for those people who have violated the sanctity of their home, brought violence into their household, that they ought to be just turned right back out to continue to reap that kind of violence on their household is just fundamentally wrong and undoes many things that members on both sides of the aisle in this body have worked very hard on to protect members of our community from. So I would hope that we'd vote no.
For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, would the gentleman from Rockingham County yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
I will yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you were going down your list, I saw you mentioned, I believe, number 6 on line 34, any felony committed while a person is on release pending trial for another felony. Was that one of your examples that you said absolutely this person should be locked up?
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I didn't say that anybody should absolutely be locked up. What I said was that we are making a mistake repealing the presumption against bail. And if we keep this law, absolutely anybody can argue that they ought to be released on bail. This does not eliminate that possibility. It simply says that there's a presumption. And what I would tell the gentleman is that I'm taking a look at the fiscal impact statement, which lists the offenses that have been, that are affected by this. And if you take a look at it, there are 15 in total. And I would encourage the members to walk through those 15 offenses and ask yourself, do I really believe that every single one of these offenses are offenses that we ought to repeal the presumption against bail for?
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Senator yield. You have the floor.
I admit, may have used an inartful phrase when I said lock him up, so I'll rephrase it. With respect to an individual who has been released on bond for one felony charge and whilst out commits another, is charged with another felony, do you believe that there should be a presumption against bond for that person? Yes or no?
Senator, the floor.
Yeah, and I would tell the gentleman that it depends. It depends. I think that, and quite frankly, I can't remember whether that provision requires more than one offense having been committed previously or whether it's just one. But I think with respect to every one of these, that there are good arguments that we have deliberated over, that we have debated and discussed, that has led this body to conclude that there ought to be a presumption against bail, but it still does not deprive the court of the ability to look at the facts and circumstances of that case and the arguments made by that defendant and to conclude that bail is appropriate under those circumstances.
I thank the gentleman. Speaking to the measure.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the only thing that I find offensive or that I dislike about this bill is that it wasn't brought years ago. Now, let me elaborate. First of all, for decades and decades, Virginia was satisfied with the following, and it is still the law, that an individual who is charged with an offense shall be admitted to bail. That is the law now. That's the law, and it has been for the last 150 years. Unless the person is unless the person was a flight risk or poses a danger to himself or others. Then we started something different when we added a presumption against bail. And what it did, it shifted the burden. And it now said for a litany of offenses, there is a presumption that you are not entitled to bail unless you rebut that presumption. The onus then was put on the defendant to say, please, judge, grant me bail because of the following. And what it did is it caught a lot of people up and were denied bail, and they should have been admitted to bail. My colleague, the senator from Rockingham, when he went through the list, mentioned number 6. And there is a presumption against bail for the following individual. If the individual has been arrested, say, for possession of cocaine, a modicum of cocaine, that's a felony. The person ordinarily will be admitted to bail, and they are. But in this situation, if that same person goes out and steals a can of tuna fish, and it's their third offense, and they're charged with another felony, there is now a presumption that that person is not entitled to bail. Now, that is ludicrous. So whilst the gentleman from Rockingham can cherry-pick certain circumstances, the fact remains that this language that has been struck is long overdue. As the gentleman from Bath said, we trust our judges who listen to all of the facts for and against to make a decision. Let's not take away that discretion from them. They still have it. They may still deny bond. But let's not shift the burden to the defendant. Let's pass this legislation which repeals this presumption against bail. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
And while listening to the debate on this bill, I decided to get on my Google machine and do a little research. And it's not just this bill, but it's the bills we've been talking about since last session, January of 2020, special session 2020, and now this session 2021. And everybody has been lambasting our criminal justice system in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I got on my machine and I look here, U.S. News World Reports, through 2019, safest states in America. And Virginia ranks 6. and Virginia ranks 4th in violent crimes. In the states ahead of us, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, they still don't have as many people as Virginia. Then you have New Jersey, they probably all go to New York to commit their crimes. And then you got Idaho. And then after us is Rhode Island and Connecticut, who combined don't have as many people, and Wyoming, who don't have as many people as we do. So we can lambaste all these statutes that we've had and some actions that we have taken, like doing away with parole and a lot of those things. We've decreased recidivism, and we have made Virginia one of the safest states in America. Number 4 in violent crimes. We're going to do away with bail. We just saw last summer the guy in Alexandria who got let out on bail because of coronavirus in the prison. He went and killed the person who had pressed charges of rape against him. And in New York, there have been several instances where they've done away with cash bail, and they've gone out and killed people. And in Virginia, we're also talking about doing away with cash bail. Look at what we're doing to our criminal justice system in the name of social justice and social criminal reform. And right now, in 2019, we're number 4 in violent crime and number 6 overall. And when we come back, we got 2 more years. If any of us get reelected, we come back in 4 years. I'll be interested to see where we rank in U.S. News and World Reports.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I second everything the senator from Bath and the junior senator from Richmond said, but I just want to point out a couple of things. So just so y'all understand what we're talking about, we're not talking about judges. This bill doesn't have anything to do with judges. This bill has to do with magistrates. This has to do when somebody gets brought in by police or deputy sheriff, they're brought in front of the magistrate, and if the magistrate sees or finds probable cause that an offense has occurred that's on this list, the magistrate just says no bond, you got to go talk to a general district court judge. And then the person sits there in jail until they either hire a lawyer or court-appointed counsel gets found. The lawyer comes and does an interview with them, finds the facts, tees it up for a motion. They get to court. They got to get bail bondsmen to come to court if the cash bonds are or whatever. But usually if you get hit with one of these offenses, you're usually stuck in the jail for a minimum of 3 days. If it happens on a Thursday, you're probably not out till Monday or Tuesday. Sometimes it can be longer than that. Somebody called me literally this weekend who says the magistrate said, I'd love to let you out, but the offense is on this list. Can't let you out. Go get a lawyer. And he's been sitting there for 7 days. The guy is massive COVID risk, in the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center where there's been COVID circulating. This thing puts people at risk, and I'll tell you a story in a second. But you might ask, I heard the senator from Rockingham talk a little bit about people committing felonies while they're already on probation for a felony. Well, who does that? Drug addicts do that, right? When people when they're trying to feed a fix and they're not getting help and they're not getting treated, they might steal a can of tuna fish. They might steal something to feed the habit, to sell. These are people that need mental health treatment. They don't need incarceration to get their problem solved. Okay? We have a lot of felonies on the book that are very minor, that are not quite as serious as you might think. And the last thing I'll tell you, I just want to tell you a story. So I had a client once he was an opiate addict, and he had a prior felony conviction for opiate for I think it was either cocaine or heroin. I can't remember which it was. And he tried getting better, and he relapsed, and he kept relapsing and kept relapsing. Well, finally, when you hang out with people like this, what happens is inevitably one of your friends, they also get popped for a possession offense, and detective talks to him and says, "Hey, if you can get me somebody else to sell, then you cooperate, work your way up the ladder, and I'll get him to I'll get you a reduced charge." Inevitably, that happens. And then sooner or later, some person that you use with calls you up and says, "Hey, can you get me something? Can you score me some drugs?" You score him the drugs. Next thing you know, you're being arrested for dealing. That happens constantly. Okay? So this client of mine who had the prior conviction, who had not gotten clean yet because he continued to relapse, He got called by a friend, told him to come meet him at some cul-de-sac. He goes over to the cul-de-sac. He gives his friend some drugs. Turns out there's an undercover cop with him. Gets arrested, but little unknown to him, just on the other side of the woods, there was a school. Couldn't see the school, it was just woods. But you know what? Because of the statute we passed that it's within 1,000 yards of a school boundary, kicks it into a whole other category, which throws him into this box. So my client, who had, he was still, actively using, gets yanked into the Fairfax County Adult Detention Center, shows up, calls me up, I go to see him, and he was a complete mess, just a complete mess. Fidgeting like crazy, couldn't sit in a chair, dying to get outside, clearly going through the DTs, no question about it. I told you got to get me out of here. You got to get me out of here. I went and said, I'll get you out as soon as I can. I got to get, got to go talk to your family. Got to get everything lined up. Got to get the motion teed up, whatever. Sent him back in. I talked to the deputy. I said, he's a mess. I hope you guys keep an eye on him. Deputy said, don't worry about it. We'll keep an eye on him. Later that night, he hung himself in the jail. They found him hanging from the rafters. They were able to get him down, but by the time they got him down, he'd been starved of oxygen so long he was brain damaged. And so he sits today in a bed, cared for by the state, pretty much brain dead. But if this statute wasn't on the books, magistrate could take into account what was going on, could consider the fact that this guy needed treatment, not incarceration, could put conditions on him requiring to go get treatment, but not going to jail. This statute actually kills people. It also results in a lot of people losing their jobs. It results in a lot of unnecessary damage because we've told our magistrates we don't trust them enough to exercise their discretion. It is a bad, bad statute. We need to get this stuff off the books and let our magistrates do their job. And if we don't like how our magistrates are doing their job, then fire the magistrate and hire another one. That's what we need to do, Mr. President.
For what purpose is the Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I got a story of my own.
The floor.
The issue of domestic violence. We had a case a number of years ago in which a guy living in Rockingham County became a serial violator of protective orders. He'd be picked up, he'd be kept, and he'd be turned right back out. Couldn't keep him. And we didn't have teeth in our protective order laws at that time. We didn't have any ability to give some space between the victims of that domestic violence and their families. Didn't have an opportunity for that cooling down period. This guy, after having violated protective orders, 3, 4, 5 times, came back. His wife was not there, but he grabbed the 2 girls in the house, and he took them out to the country, took them up to the top of a mountain, and he slaughtered them, murdered them in cold blood. This bill is killing a fly with an axe. The senator from Eastern Fairfax, senator from Richmond, you have very good arguments for taking a good hard look at parts of this bill. But when we talk about repealing the portions of this bill that deal with domestic violence against members of a household, repealing the presumption against bail for someone who commits a subsequent offense of trying to force or intimidate a witness, or someone who is charged with a subsequent offense for child pornography. or for human trafficking to go back out and continue to victimize his victims. You know, we are sweeping way too broad a swath with this bill, and I would hope that we would defeat this bill, protect victims in Virginia, and come back and do it the right way, rather than this kind of a wholesale approach.
For purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hadn't intended to speak, but I think I ought to address a couple of things.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I had taken multiple people to the magistrate and to the judge on a hearing whether or not we're going to keep them, but I remember a specific case, and I had to think back, and I actually texted my old partner who's since retired about a case from 2002. And what it had to do with was two men who were charged in a fatal spree were set out on bail. The two Woodbridge men charged in a month-long crime spree that left 3 Prince William County men dead, 4 other people wounded, and have a long history of violent crime and were free on bail during the rampage. I won't go through the accounts of it, but they got charged with 2 counts of capital murder, 1 count of murder, 2 counts of attempted murder, among other crimes, and shooting events that began December 12th and stretched from Stafford County, New York City. Mr. President, I think we ought to leave the bill as it is. The truth is there's evil that exists, and there are people who carry out that evil. And I think it's unfortunate. I've been in the duty officer when we've had somebody that was highly inebriated come into the back of the lockup before we took them to the ADC in the western side of the county that proceeded to ram his head into the brick wall and did some irreparable damage to himself before we could get back there to protect him from doing that to himself. We had no idea he was going to do it. He did it. Bad things happen, but people put themselves in those positions to begin with. They make a conscious decision to break the law, and there has to be consequences for that. And that's the way our bail system is set up. And so, Mr. President, I would encourage those of you who believe in law and order and the right to be free and not feel like somebody's going to come back and attack you, as the senator from Rockingham has talked about, especially in domestic violence situations. I've gone enough of those, and I've gone on enough of those as an auxiliary deputy. I can't get in people's head. I can't understand why they do some of the things they do, but they do it. And I think sometimes there's a cooling off period when people have to sit in a jail cell for a little while. I would ask the body to support voting no on this bill.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1266? Seeing none, Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak to the bill for a couple of minutes.
Senator's the floor.
I hope you look at the committee amendment at the top of page 13 on the calendar. We thought long and hard in the committee about the domestic violence issue and about the family members, and we included considerations for a magistrate or a judge to consider the safety of the family or household members has to be taken into consideration. The reality is, until about 1996 or 97, we didn't have presumptions against bail. We were governed by the idea that one accused of crime was innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. What we have to remember is that the magistrate and the judge ultimately have the ability to take all these things into consideration and make their own determination. The way our nation was set up, our criminal justice system was set up, is we would consider cases on an individual basis. That our fact finders, our decision makers would have the ability to make the decision, and that's what we're doing. We're not saying these people are going to be admitted to bail, but what we're saying is that they're presumed innocent. What we're saying is the presumptions in favor of bail. Certainly, if one is a danger to himself or others, or somebody in his house, somebody in his family, that person can be held. In the world where I live, where I practice law, judges ride circuits. So you might not get before a judge. If a person's locked up on a Thursday, you might not get before a judge before Wednesday of the next week. By that time, the rent will not be paid, and his job's gone. I ask you to support this bill and restore a modicum of justice for these people that are accused of crime and for the community. The whole notion of presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. We're talking about pre-trial. I ask you to vote for this bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1266 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 1266 passes.
Senate Bill 1287, a bill relating to the Charitable Gaming Board regulations, electronic pull tabs.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. Speaking to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you very much. This is a bill that allows our current framework of electronic poll machines to simply allow 2 screens versus 1. It further clarifies in the amendment in committee that even with 2 screens, it still only allows 1 person to play. So it's really just authorizing a different type of machine, again, just with 1 person playing that machine. So it's sort of a technical amendment. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1287? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1287 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1287 passes.
Senate Bill 1303, a bill to direct each local school division in the Commonwealth to make in-person learning available to all students.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass and speak to that motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the body, as citizen legislators, we all bring different skills and different insights to our service here. And probably one of the greatest skills that I can provide with my regular job is the ability to look at science and data and apply that as we make policy decisions. And there is no other issue in Virginia that requires the cross-section of those 2 efforts more than making sure we have in-person school for our kids. So I'm going to run through a few things quickly first because we've heard about these and we've talked about them a lot. What are the consequences for not having in-person school? We have increased depression and anxiety in the cross-section of all of our kids, more suicidal ideation and suicides, abuse, neglect that has gone undetected by the first responders that serve in the schools. We have safety issues, food insecurity, broadband and IT inadequacy. We have incredible strain on families across the state. We know that the school divisions have reduced instructional time compared to being in school 5 days a week, and they've reduced curriculum. So if we look at the science, as we've discussed in all of those, and the astounding cost our children are paying innocently, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the science that maybe would defend why schools shouldn't be opened. And I'll actually start by sincerely telling you there isn't any. We're going to hear on some other articles today, but most recently, the Journal of American Medicine, the AMA Journal, January 26, published an article, and it said that case-controlled studies of children 0 to 18 in schools in Mississippi found that exposures came from social gatherings outside the school but not in the school. The same thing was found in North Carolina, and there was little or no transmission. In fact, in Wisconsin, they found that the incidence of COVID-19 was profoundly lower than in schools, and than in the community. The European Center for Disease Prevention and Control reported in December 2020 that investigations concluded that these data, together with the observations that rates of infection among teachers and non-teachers were the same, indicated that schools were not associated with accelerating community transmission. Further, they go on to say that the preponderance of available evidence from the fall school semester, so all the schools that have been open this fall, from the fall school semester, has been reassuring insofar as the type of rapid spread that was frequently seen in other congregate settings, like congregate living facilities or high-density work sites, has not been seen in education. Obviously, they recommended mitigation policies and procedures be in place, as all the schools that have open have been doing. So then we go back to the American Academy of Pediatrics, more science, more evidence, subject matter experts unequivocally in this arena. Last updated on January 5th, 2021, and their conclusion was that keeping the above principles in mind, where they gave guidelines of how to open schools safely, which are very easily accessible to all schools and have been implemented across the Commonwealth as well as across the world. Keeping those principles in mind, the AAP strongly advocates that all policy considerations for school COVID-19 plans should start with the goal of having students physically present in school. Mr. President, as we look at this evidence, if we choose to respect science, we need to do something. We're caught in a stalemate. The governor said close schools. No further guidance has been given. The school divisions are struggling with a way to move forward without guidance. We should be innovating. We should be showing ingenuity. I don't know if any of you have talked to your universities or your colleges and you found out what they have done, those that brought kids back. If you look at the interventions and the innovations that they have created to make it safe and, again, without outbreaks, you would be so proud. Necessity is the mother of invention, and it's time for us to provide the necessity. All the tools are there. As a physician, my preeminent charge is to do no harm. Mr. President, members of this body, you are harming Virginia's children without opening schools. We must open schools. I hope that you'll support this bill and listen to the science. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I want to let you know that Saturday morning I had my town hall back home in Fairfax City, and Dr. Bobby Avula was our guest speaker. He is the COVID mitigation coordinator for the state. He's a graduate of Thomas Jefferson High School and a native of Fairfax County, and he was fabulous. I felt with his speaking that his leadership is going to save lives, and I felt like we have the best and the brightest now committed to this struggle. His statement could not have been more unequivocal on opening schools. He said, quote, "Schools are an incredibly safe place to be vis-a-vis other places such as staying at home unattended." He also said that opening schools and vaccination should not be linked because that would unnecessarily delay opening schools, which needs to happen now for the safety of children. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I do not have the medical degree or the pedigree of some of my colleagues, but I do have some life experiences, and I want to paraphrase what my amazing colleague from Senator of Hampton said yesterday about sometimes you got to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. And I want to talk a little bit about fatherhood. You know, when I was 43 years old, my wife and I had our fourth child. And I knew just from the beginning, just a gorgeous little baby girl. She was a little bit different than her older siblings who were going on to be preteens and teenagers. And when she was 3 years old, we got a diagnosis that said she was different. And she was going to have a different trajectory in her life. Not better or worse, just different. And we were so fortunate. We lived in Fairfax City, and Fairfax County Public Schools was available to us, and we could get her enrolled in a program. And the people that taught her to learn, to speak, to read and write, to just interact for the first time, Sharon and I, we can never thank those professionals enough. Their experience literally changed her life, and by doing so, changed our lives. And when she was 5, we enrolled her in the ordinary public school. Now, she was in a special ed program, but we decided we wanted her to be in a public school just like her siblings had been. And I remember walking her down to the bus stop that day, and she had a little backpack with Finding Nemo on the back. And she climbed on that bus, and her mom and I were looking on as she looked out the window and waved goodbye to us, smiling. And I had to turn around because I didn't want my wife to see the tears in my eyes. But I knew that for the first time, she was going to be around people to be friends. She was going to be able to have a group of friends. And that's because she was attending a school with other kids, ordinary kids. And for the last 4 years, she's been in school, mostly special ed, and there's been ups and downs, but she's had the ability to go to school every day to have a circle of friends that would otherwise be impossible. Now, when we found out in March that the schools had been closed down, I just assumed there'd be some accommodation made for kids, and there are millions, hundreds of thousands like my daughter. I assumed there'd be an accommodation made. And I waited, and I waited, and I became angry. I became angry that a generation of kids was just being left. Apparently it wasn't, quote, safe for them to come back to school. Well, there was no science behind this. And, you know, as a lawyer, I wanted to run into court. I wanted to sue somebody. I wanted to scream from the top of the mountaintop, it's not fair what you're doing to these kids. And my wife said, you know, chap, you can't solve every problem. You got to be patient. So I was patient. And I told the school board, and I told our superintendent on the schools issue, I'm going to keep my mouth shut until December 31st, 11:59 p.m. And then I'm going to speak. I'm speak because as a father, I'm tired of it. I have listened and read every scientific treatise I could get my hands on. I believe, as a Democrat, but also as a public servant, we ought to be representing science. And there are times where, you know, we talk very tough against people that don't accept science. Accept the science. Well, the science, again, is very clear. Now, you may say to me, yes, but this is a local authority. Well, first of all, local authority doesn't mean much to a 9-year-old, okay? A 9-year-old sitting home saying local authority means nothing. Secondly, we fund these school systems, okay? We wrote a check last year for $7.7 billion, and what do we get? In a lot of school divisions, we got a glorified University of Phoenix. Except for University of Phoenix, you probably wouldn't gotten your money back. So let's stop pretending we have no say in what's going on. These kids have constitutional rights. Article 8, Section 1, a constitutional right. Now, where are we right now? This bill, if we pass, I wish it would take effect at midnight tonight. I really do. But it won't. I'm a realist. So I asked Senator Donovan, and I apologized to her, but I asked her to take the emergency clause off because you know what? I want everyone to vote for it. I want everyone to vote for it because I know we all love kids. I'm not unique to that. I can speak to my own experience, but you know, my experience pales in comparison to other experiences people have as fathers and mothers. But for God's sake, let's speak for the kids. And I would simply say to those groups, and again, my experience with the public school teachers in Fairfax County Public Schools with all my kids has been so wonderful, and I owe them so much. But if you're standing between a father and his daughter's education, you're not in a safe place. Work with us. Cooperate with us. But let's get these schools open. Let's put deadlines on people. Let's bring some accountability back. I talked with Senator Donovan. I don't have the ability or the brains to be in the Medical Reserve Corps. But if people aren't willing to come back and teach in our public school, I'd be willing to start an educator reserve corps. You want to have a class on secure transactions? I'll teach it. You want to have a class on civics? I'll teach it. That to me could not be more important than anything else. We have got to get these kids back into school. We have got to educate them. We have got to give them a chance to be around other children. We cannot keep them locked up at home in front of a computer. It's not right. So, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I've trespassed on your time. I've spoken on this issue twice, and that I won't speak on it again. But please, send these kids back to school. Give them a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the motion,
Senator,
if I may.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to compliment the patron and also the senator from Fairfax City who have advocated for this and have made this a focus of their session. I can tell you that before I came to session, I know that the single biggest issue for the people that I represent was getting their kids in school. And I just want to speak to one or two brief things quickly. The first is that it's not safe for our kids to be in school. And I just want to echo the sentiments of the senator from Fairfax City and say, it isn't safe for our kids to be out of school at home for a year. It isn't fair for our children to miss a year of their education. For a first grader, the year that you learn to read, to miss a year of their education, you don't get that year back. And for those children who are home unsupervised, it isn't safe to be at home for as many months as these kids have been at home. And so I would just urge the members of the body, all of you whom I know, hear from as many people as I hear from, that this is their single largest priority. And we've made it a priority. And I know that we've immunized thousands of teachers in Fairfax. And I can tell you for sure it isn't fair. 100% isn't fair that the only kids that can be in school right now are the ones whose parents can afford expensive tuition. And that's the case in many, many places. And so I would just say, I want to compliment the senator from Fairfax City, who I thought gave a great floor speech the other day, drawing a rather interesting distinction between a 9-year-old and a 99-year-old. And while it's been a major point of discussion about the fact that sending kids to school is unsafe, I think we know the science from Dr. Donovan and the science from everybody else that it's not unsafe. And so with that, Mr. President, I see that some of my colleagues may be calling me, so that might be a sign that they would like me to shut up. But thank you, Mr. President, and I urge the members of the body to please support this. And Mr. President, if we're going to end right now, could I make another motion if we're going to close on another bill?
A few more senators want to weigh in, but what motion did the senator want to make?
It was a motion on a bill. I was communicating with the clerk staff, and I understood we might be taking a break now. And if that was the case, I wanted to make a motion on another bill. But if we're going to continue this debate, I'll wait until a later time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator. We'll definitely let you know that we're going to continue with this bill, and I think a few others, but then we'll let you know.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
First, I want to preface my comments by saying I, too, want our children to be back in school. It is an experience that not only helps their minds develop and grow, but also their emotions and a number of other things. But I view this bill as a mandate to our local school boards on lots of levels. We passed a statute, and it was a while ago, and it's in 22.1-79, if you go to item 5 in that statute, which tells the school boards, as long as they don't pass laws that are in conflict with a state statute, they are directed to operate the schools, to determine the programs to be taught, to determine the studies, and to determine the methods of teaching. So this, in my mind, is a complete overlay or a slap in the face to our school board members who were elected at the local level. We all voted to have elected school boards. Nearly every locality in the Commonwealth has an elected school board. Our parents and our teachers are talking to those school board members, and it is the school board members that have to balance the safety requirements that are still necessary for children to go back to school. Yes, schools can be safe, and yes, I'm not saying students should stay home because not everybody is vaccinated. That's not what I'm saying. But they still have to have some safety measures in place. The cleansing, the social distancing, that has been acknowledged, even by the American Medical Association Journal. That has been acknowledged. So schools have to balance that. They have to balance the technology needs of providing a completely virtual program, because as I read this bill, the school systems would have to run two different modes of education, one completely virtual and one in person. And some school systems are doing a hybrid right now. They have children coming back 2 days a week or 3 days a week. So I share the goal of my very eloquent colleagues who just spoke on this bill. I absolutely share the goal. I just believe that the system that is closest to the people, if you will, and the stakeholders who have to make our school system work and who, for the most part, have to fund it. In Northern Virginia, the state is not giving us. In Arlington, the state gives us 17 cents for every dollar Arlington County spends. And that's not that different throughout Northern Virginia. So the burden of this, in many ways, is going to fall on the local treasury. And if we're expecting them to pay that, the bulk of the check, I believe they need to be held accountable to the people who elected them. So, with great reluctance, Mr. Chair, I guess I would ask the body to vote against this measure. Thank you.
Thanks. Senator, for what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President, we're going to have to stand in recess from 2:30 and 3 o'clock. What do you need? All right. Say 2:30 to 3 o'clock, and I will explain. There is an emergency MEI meeting, and there's 5 of us on that committee. We have to, there is a chance for us to get a huge French company into the state of Virginia, and they want a decision today. So, and we'll resume our debate on 1303 at 3 o'clock. All right, so I would ask that we stand in recess until 3 o'clock.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Mr. President, upon recess, if the Republican caucus could retire to our room for a conversation.
The senator, without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 3 o'clock. Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. We're okay. Excellent. All right. Okay, we're returning to the calendar. Madam Clerk.
Senate Bill 1303.
For what purpose does the senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell, rise?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to briefly speak to this bill.
Senator's the floor.
I've spoken to the patron, and I just wanted to speak for the record real quick. We're trying to research this now to make sure that it doesn't apply. This bill would not apply to the Virginia School of the Deaf and Blind. I'm the chair of that board. Previously, Senator from Augusta was the chair of the board. And they have residential learning 5 days a week. Children go home on the weekends. And there's some risk factors involved. The patron said it was not her intent. This bill would apply there. So I just wanted to state on the floor, once we get an answer back from LIS, as we go through this process, if this bill were to move forward, we may need to provide an exemption there because of the special circumstances with that facility. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I'm kind of of two minds, and I'm going to give you the first real quick. The first is, Lord God, get my kids out of my house. Get them out. I mean, straight out. They're driving me crazy, driving my wife crazy. They need to get out of the house. And I agree with a lot of the things that many of the senators have said here today. Thinking about this bill over the weekend and reading the Washington Post sort of gave me a little bit of pause, reading about the new mutant strands in South Africa, which have according to the reports, have a 50% higher infection rate than the current strains. And so I'd encourage us just to maybe think about pumping the brakes a little bit, because the data right now is on the existing data that we have. Lord knows none of us wish any sort of extensive issues. However, the framework that the governor put out January 14th, guidance to schools, provides, I think, pretty straightforward framework and guidance to consider. It says that the key guidance includes considerations of the level of school impact that have been previously open for in-person instruction and how those schools can assess the level of COVID impact for that particular school. Create a decision framework to help decision makers understand how to consider multiple factors in decision making. And some of the key components of that guidance is that the school division's capacity to successfully implement mitigating strategies and the local community disease data. Those are pretty two important factors, right? How can they innovate, as the Senator Donovan had mentioned earlier? How can they innovate? But also, what is the data? And I can tell you in Prince William of last month, the data's been pretty tough. We have a lot of folks that are essential workers that work all around the D.C. region. You know, this past week, the South African virus mutation is now reported in Northern Virginia. And so for sort of us to dictate and sort of take away the dynamic portions of what this guidance provides, I think is a little bit short-sighted. Furthermore, the other day I was in one of the Ed and Health subs, even though I'm not in Ed and Health, maybe it was a finance Ed and Health sub, and took a look at the return to school data that the BOE has on their website. And right now, the school systems are already innovating. They're already doing, both in terms of what in the governor's guidance, And the data, and they've got a nice map, color-coded, shows that 15 divisions are already in person. 41 divisions are partial in person. All hybrids are 25 divisions, partial hybrid 9 divisions, and fully remote are 42 divisions. And so communities are already innovating. They're already adapting. And I just hate to start to remove tools from our local school board. That's their job. That's why we elect them. That's why they represent our areas, to make the best and sound decision based on what that school division can handle and also what the community data shows. And so I just, I have the strong feels on getting my kids out. However, as a person also looking at the dynamic situation, I'd urge the body to take a pause on this one. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, rise? Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you can see in the calendar, I have opposed this bill. And I opposed it because, first of all, we have elected school boards, and I think it is more their responsibility than our responsibility in these matters. And secondly, because situations are different throughout the Commonwealth, and I think it unwise, frankly, for Fairfax County to tell Bedford County what to do. But something happened yesterday that made me change my mind and change my vote. And that is that the emergency clause was taken off this bill. That gives the local school boards more time to put together their plans and to prepare the families and the teachers and the students for whatever the options they are that they're offering. So I'm switching my vote. I'm voting for this, and that's why. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm very fortunate. I have a little girl who's 9 and in 3rd grade, and she's fairly bright and fairly articulate, and she's had a lot of opportunity. But I'm also very fortunate because of the county I live in, Hanover County. They made a decision early on during this process, and we do not have elected school boards. We have appointed school boards, and maybe that's why we so wisely made the decision to have in-person education. In Hanover, Mr. President, that in-person education is every day of the week. It's not 1 day or 2 days or 3 days, it's every day. But families have the opportunity, the choice to decide whether they want to take a virtual option. Well, in Hanover, we had to make that decision back in June. So when we were still going through all the choices, when we had just come out of the time in March where the governor had said all the schools need to shut down, we had to make choices. Well, Reagan is pretty important to me, and y'all probably know the story. She spent a lot of time with me over the last number of years. Some of those out of necessity because we didn't have any choice, but some of it because she just goes everywhere with me. And Mr. President, because of that, our schedules with special session and everything were a little up in the air, and I made the choice. We sat down and looked at it, and Robin has her PhD in child developmental psychology, so she has a little bit of background in this area, and we made the choice to do virtual, but we made the choice to supplement that with a pod. So we found a teacher who was not teaching in the classroom, and she had a group of kids, and Reagan was in a pod. We also supplemented her education with a self-directed educational group called Kumon. She's doing math, she's solving for X in 3rd grade, and so she's way ahead of the curve. And she has not missed a beat during the pandemic. Mr. President, it's interesting because Reagan's little best friend, Morgan, is 13. She's a little older than Reagan, but they're best friends. Morgan's Mensa bright, literally been invited to join Mensa. And her family made the choice for her to go to school. So she's been in school every day during the pandemic. And Reagan and Morgan spend every time outside of school that they possibly can together. And last night, they both spent the night at the house because we don't have school yesterday and today. and I kissed them both, and they were talking about going to school this week. And listening to the two of them talk and listening to Reagan re-articulate the conversations they have, socialization, it's not just about education. We've been able to supplement Reagan for education. Morgan reads more than any person I know, much less child. They are both extremely bright. But without the ability to be able to socialize with other children, it is extremely challenging. Watching how Morgan deals with the time, there was a point where her class had to quarantine, so she was out of school for a period of time. She spent a lot more time with Reagan during that quarantine because she needed to be around other kids, around other people. So, Mr. President, when you look at this decision, we are mandating this. And we should be mandating this because our children need two things. They need the education. Not every child is as fortunate as Reagan and Morgan. Not all of them have the ability to have that supplement. Not all of them have parents who are willing to spend the extra resources and time. We made the decisions. We made the choices not to do certain things, not to make purchases, to have those. Not every family has that option. Mr. President, but not every child, regardless of their academic ability, needs to have the ability to be around other children. When we look at the factors that determine whether children succeed or not succeed, a number of members in this body were on the Early Childhood Development Committee. They don't just focus on the ability to read. They don't just focus on the ability to do math. It's also how you socialize and developmental and behavior. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, when our children are not able to be in school, they're not able to be around other kids, they don't have that. So, Mr. Chairman, President, I feel very strongly about this. We made the choice for Reagan to be in the pod and do virtual school. That was a mistake. She'll starts back tomorrow morning in person. She's met her teacher. She's super excited about being back in school. But Mr. Chairman, President, if we do not vote to mandate, to require our kids have the opportunity to be in school, we're sentencing them. We're sentencing them to have an additional year without having that socialization, without being in school with their peers. It is unacceptable. Last night, I spoke to a group of college students, and they asked, what were the most important issues that you're dealing with? They talked about marijuana, they talked about death penalty, because that's what all the stories are about. This is the most important bill that we will vote on this legislative session. If you think that anything is more important, you're deceiving yourself. The generation of our children, what they will be able to succeed and do, their trajectory going forward is going to be based on whether they can get back into school, have the opportunities to learn in person, and have the opportunities to continue that socialization. Mr. President, I am glad to hear that as we go through this discussion, that senators are looking at the facts, that they are looking at what is going on in their school systems, and they're making the choice. But make no mistake about it. If you do not vote for this bill, there'll be some school systems, like Hanover, that the children will continue to succeed and excel because they'll have that opportunity. But a number of school systems and a number of children around the state will continue to fall further behind, and we have the ability to prevent that. We have the ability to help them, and we have the ability to require that they get that education that they deserve. A vote for this bill helps those children and make sure they do not fall further behind.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as an educator, I certainly understand the profound desire of not just parents and students, but so many teachers to return our students to school. It is absolutely critical that we make sure that our children are back in school at some point soon and that they are able to learn safely and that they are able to participate in those critical socialization skills that the good senator just highlighted. I absolutely agree with that. And I've listened also to the advice of Dr. Danny Avula, who was just mentioned recently, and he has urged our students and our schools to reopen. And I agree with that message that he is sharing. I don't think there's anyone here who doesn't agree that schools must reopen. But I would respectfully submit that this bill, SB 1303, is vague in its language. Without the emergency clause, it now is not going to go into effect until July, later in the summer. And our Commonwealth is already moving forward with gradual reopening. The governor's guidance issued on January 14th is moving our school districts forward in making those steps. And we already have many school districts that are either partially reopened or in the process of fully reopening. So in fact, the efforts of the governor, the administration, the work of local school boards and school districts is going to be moving faster than what this bill now recommends. I respectfully submit that the language in the bill is vague because it reads that each local school division in the Commonwealth shall make virtual and in-person learning available to all students by choice of the student's parent or guardian. This makes no reference to the health emergency that we are currently in. It makes no reference to the pandemic. It makes no reference to an endpoint. Does this bill then require that every school division going forward is going to have two concurrent tracks of education, one that's in person and one that's virtual? I would respectfully submit that we need to clarify this language if we are going to vote on it. Mr. President, we have local school boards who are elected by their communities to make these decisions. They have been struggling and grappling with these efforts for the past 10, 11 months. And I don't think that this is the right time for us as state officials to come in and to mandate that we are going to make decisions for them. I respectfully ask that we vote no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking in support of SB 1303.
Senator, it's the floor.
Mr. President, members of this body, I don't know why the emergency clause was taken off. I wish it wasn't, but that's another point, another issue. Let me just share with the body some givens. Number one, if these students don't go back to school full-time until the earliest of September of this year, those children will have missed a year and a half of school, 18 months. Now, I don't care how well they do around the kitchen table. If you talk to any academician, any school board member, almost everybody is in agreement that those children are far behind. They have fallen far behind. Number two, the gentleman senator from Fairfax said that maybe we should tap the brakes. I listened very carefully to the senator from Henrico County, and she said it very clearly that the science supports the following, that those children in school had less transmission, less infection. That's the science. That's the empirical evidence. To me, that's a full stop and is dispositive as to how we go forward. Then the gentleman from Hanover talked about another component, the socialization, and he referenced his daughter, Reagan, who was very bright and intuitive, obviously takes her mother's traits, but he mentioned the socialization benefits that are lost by staying at home, and that's a given. Now, let me share with you, it's not a school district, but I think it's informative. My children go to All Saints Catholic School. There are 26 schools in the Catholic Diocese in Richmond, going all the way, it's the southern part of, the southern half of Virginia, all the way down to Roanoke, Franklin. All 26 schools are open. Their rate, the amount of COVID cases is de minimis when they're in school. Now, I don't believe that Catholics catch COVID-19 less than Protestants or Episcopalians, Muslims, Jews. I don't believe that. That's some strong evidence about the benefits of being in school. Now, at All Saints, there are 187 students. They've had no COVID-19 cases. They also have a virtual component where 20 students can avail themselves of virtual study. But I think it is a good example of why we should not only not put on the brakes, but we should get these kids back in school as quickly as possible. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. Many folk who are opposed to this bill said words to the effect, we got to put faith and confidence in the school boards. Well, I don't disagree with that, but I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. I'm not sure who is in the ears of the members of the school board. Is it the teachers' unions? Is it the parents? I don't know. But I have spoken privately with many school board members, and they have said, I represent 5 different jurisdictions, and they believe these kids should be back in school. Not necessarily the statement that's coming from a unified school board. So with that said, in conclusion, you look at the science, kids in school, less transmission, less infection, less disease. You've got empirical evidence from all the private and parochial schools that are open and not having COVID-19 cases. I think it's clear, and then when you consider how far these children are falling behind, I think we have to open these schools as soon as possible, and that's why I would also reiterate, I'm disappointed that the emergency clause was taken out. I'd ask the body to support SB 1303.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
To very briefly speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator, the floor.
I'd certainly not intended to rise on this bill. My children are long grown and gone. And I agree with much of what has been said by a whole lot of people. My legislative aide, Tracy, that a lot of you know, has 2 children, bright kids, in a public school between here and Charlottesville, a rural school, that has they've had a blended opening. They've had the opportunity to have in-person school. But those kids have been out of school for 2 weeks because so many teachers are quarantining, they can't get the substitutes to fill in for them. My point is that every school division is different. This opening schools, mandating public in-person school is just not going to work in all of rural Virginia. The parents that I know want their kids in school too. I certainly would if I were a parent. I agree that children, and my heart was touched by the senator from Fairfax City, and I've worried for months about children with special needs because I think that group and the group of kids that are learning to read are the ones that have most missed in-person instruction. But if you don't have the teachers in the classrooms to provide the services, to provide the teaching, how is this going to work? Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, is the floor.
I want to echo, but not repeat, the statements of the senator from Bath and the senior senator from Chesterfield, but I want to put this in a little bit of a larger context because this bill can't be looked at in a vacuum. And yes, I have a kindergartner whose pre-K was interrupted on March 13th, right as she was beginning to learn the basics to read. And so she started kindergarten virtually, sitting at a table next to her dad, who gets to see all of the other kids and how they're interacting, and how her teacher is trying to balance teaching kindergarten while supervising her own fifth grader. And I have a fifth grader, and I want them back in school. But the kids aren't the only ones in the building that we have to worry about. And the teachers aren't the only ones in the building we have to worry about. And I want to put some of this in context. Our ICU beds right now, according to the dashboard, are at 80%. This virus has not gone away. The vaccines won't be rolled out to everyone that's going to be in that school building for a while. The kids may not be affected the same way by the vaccine, but they're spreaders. And in some communities, they're going home and they're in communities with vulnerable individuals. In Charles City County, when one person in the Department of Social Services got COVID, the entire building had to shut down. The entire building had to shut down. In a lot of our localities, the education workforce is older and more at risk. We have bus drivers that need to get these kids to the schools who are older and more at risk in many cases. We have school divisions and classrooms that are at maximum capacity with 30 kids in a room. They can't spread out 10 feet apart like we are in here. The school building is overcrowded. So we need to, if we're going to pass this bill, we need to make sure those schools have the flexibility to go somewhere else so they can spread out. Pre-COVID, we had teachers in classrooms asking parents to donate Clorox wipes. Pre-COVID. If we pass this bill, we've got to make sure all of our school divisions have the resources they need to comply with the CDC guidelines, including Clorox wipes in the classroom. We got to make sure when the kids come back in the building, we've got the mental health professionals to address their needs. Because I agree. This is having a huge impact on their mental health. We're not funding the appropriate counselor to student ratio now. Hopefully we'll fix that in this budget. We're not funding the appropriate nurse to student ratio now. Hopefully we'll fix that in this budget. The emergency clause was probably taken off not just to count votes, but how are the schools going to apply immediately upon signing this bill, given the logistics I just mentioned? This is more complicated than the words of this bill can solve, for these reasons and all the reasons that the senior senator from Chesterfield said. So let's be clear. We have got to make sure we do our part. We do our part as a Commonwealth to work with our localities to get them back in. But I agree with the senator from Bath, there's not going to be a one-size-fits-all approach for every school and every school division in this Commonwealth. We better work with them and make sure every single one of them gets what they need. And we better not fool ourselves that the minute all of the schools are back in person and a new school year begins, and even when we get herd immunity and the virus goes away, we better not fool ourselves into thinking, like a magic wand, the impacts of this year went away, because they're going to be with us for a long time. We better think about that as we're looking at how we fund K-12 education and how we fund early childhood and how we fund our education workforce and how we fund the education pipelines for a long time to come, because we aren't going to solve any of those lingering problems with this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, in my opinion, this bill is just about choice, and it allows parents and schools the option of letting kids be there in person or virtually. And I know that's possible because I see my own kids switch back and forth between in person and virtually with little to no effort. You know, I get confused, and I'm relatively new here, but trying to figure out which bills we are going to tell localities what to do and which bills we're going to decide for them. It seems like we kind of pick and choose. When are we going to tell localities what to do, and when are we going to leave it up to them? So there's different groups out here, but I think this is absolutely an area where we need to be providing some leadership and some direction for our schools, not just for our schools, but for our kids. I run a small study group just out of my home with my 4 kids, and I've spoken before on the floor about how they've been in person because they go to Catholic schools and are fortunate enough. And I drop them off every morning, and we're always running around, searching through the car looking for a mask. They've got 2 teachers on the sidewalk taking temperatures. I see when they change classes, they go outside the buildings. They're doing. I'm not allowed to go in the building ever. So they've done all kinds of different things, but they've stayed in school and they've put those measures in place. I know that there was a positive case. I get about 3 emails a week probably that there's either a positive student or a teacher, and I noted, but delete the emails and we move on and we continue with school. There was a positive case in my son's class, and they had to quarantine for 2 weeks. During those 2 weeks, I still had to go to work. I would wake him up in the morning. I remember leaving for work. He would have video games on and his computer set up on the side. You could see the top half of his head. I'm like, "Are you going to go to school today?" And he was in school, but and I had to go to work. I couldn't stay and watch, and I think a lot of parents are in that same boat. I worry about the mental health most of these kids. I think each and every one of us has gotten emails about the depression, the anxiety. We've all heard about suicides that have been related just to the isolation that we've done to these kids. There was just yesterday I read an article about an Illinois mother suing the governor because of her son's suicide, and these are real problems. I don't open my social media without seeing another post from a frustrated mother friend of mine who's worried about her kids and their mental health. And the senator from Hanover was right about, kids need other kids. We need that social interaction piece. That's what we're missing. My 12-year-old was so upset over the summer because they had been out of school since March. She signed me up for an exchange student, to get an exchange student, and then asked if we could have a foster child. This was, which is kind of entertaining, and it finally got off the list. But those are the measures. These kids really need each other. They need other people. I have a sister who's a teacher in Florida who teaches junior high algebra, and she made the comment to me the other day when we were discussing about our kids in school. And she's like, "I can't believe you guys are not in person everywhere," because they've been in person in other states, and I think they're doing it just like our private and Catholic schools are doing it. They're finding a way. At my place where I work at a healthcare, at a clinic, where I too am exposed to vulnerable people, and I worry about their health, but we invite sick people to come visit us. I go to work every day. We never shut our doors. We continue to invite patients in and family members with precautions in place. We never were causes of any outbreak. We have not lost any staff members. But I think there's a way to do things, and we've all adapted in every other way. We've done things in church and going to the grocery store and being here. We've found ways to adapt and overcome. Our country wasn't based on fear. And I think there's a lot of fear that we're seeing right now. Our country's based on science and ingenuity, and how are we going to get the job done? I know we've seen how other places can do the job and get our kids back in school, and I hope that you support this bill because of all those reasons. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, we are in a hurry to have our kids to go back to school, and so am I. But we're missing one point. What about the teachers? My concern, Mr. President, that if we are going to do this, don't you think that when we send all those kids back to the school, don't you think that we got to make sure that the teachers, the principal, the staff, and the bus drivers, they have all have had that vaccine, that they are safe? The teachers, they have kids too. They have families too. What about them? So we are in a rush to get it back. I'm saying, is the school safe? Is the school safe with that teacher who is going to teach that child? Is she safe? Your kid's going back to school fine. Do you realize that you have young folks who had the COVID-19 and not even know it because they are so young that they can fight it off. They don't even know it. And they could be transmitting that to the schools. Yes, open the schools, please do. But make sure, first of all, when we open the door of their schools, make sure that they are prepared to receive those kids because they have all had the vaccine shot and everybody's health and safety. So when they come in, that some kid would not come in and give it to a teacher, a teacher gets it and carry it home to their families. What about them? They are the most important opponents of this scenario we are trying to do. Get our kids back to schools, but what about those who are going to teach those kids? Let's make sure that they are safe first. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For the purpose of Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise.
Mr. President, if everybody else has had a chance to speak, I was just going to make a final
You want to
comment.
wrap up?
Yes, sir.
We have a few more. So
Thank you.
thank the senator. We'll come back. For what purpose the senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr.
Senator,
President.
is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. I've listened to these arguments from everybody, and I echo a lot of the things that some folks have said, but I have to say I was particularly struck by one thing. And I hope you all heard this from the senator from Fairfax City, because I did. And in part of what he was talking about, he said, we are leaving a generation behind. And that's a pretty big deal in my mind. We are leaving a generation behind. All of those children who don't have the resources to get an education other than a public education, all those resources, children who don't have the help that they need, they've lost a year of school and they can't get it back. And now they're looking at you losing another year of school. I'm not a teacher, but my mother was a teacher, my sister-in-law, my wife. I've listened to them and I've heard some of the things that they've talked about. And I don't know how you get that back for those children. Once they've lost it, I don't think you do. And so they start out from behind. And what really strikes me today, I've heard a lot of strained arguments against this bill. And frankly, it should have an emergency clause, but I understand how the numbers work up here. I would be willing to bet that almost universally we all agree that schools need to be reopened. We know that the science demands that. We know it's safe. We know it can be done because we've seen examples of it within the state and in other places. I've heard talk about the governor's guidance. The governor is not an impediment to opening schools. The governor is not the one that is keeping our schools from opening, but I'll tell you who is. It's the teachers union, and it's criminal. I have talked to these other teachers that aren't in the union. They want to go back to school and they want to teach. The teachers union is flatly stopping the schools from opening in Virginia, but it's worse than that. They are using a pandemic as a negotiating tool to try to get more of their demands while they aren't even in school. And Mr. President, that to me is absolutely appalling. I have seen this. I've talked to folks. And I just want to remind the teachers union of one thing. Our school system, our public school system, which is constitutionally guaranteed to our children, was not created for the benefit of them. It was created for the benefit of the children of the Commonwealth. And I would ask everybody in here today to put the interests of those children first and vote for this bill.
What purpose does the Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in support of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all the work that's been put into this effort by the Senator from Fairfax City and the Senator from Henrico and so many others, but especially them for their leadership. Appreciate the Senator from Fairfax City sharing his personal story and highlighting the constitutional necessity to doing this. It's only been mentioned twice on the floor today in this lengthy discussion, but we have a constitutional obligation to the school children of the Commonwealth. And if we do not do this, if we do not advance this effort, we are failing to uphold that obligation. And I appreciate the Senator from Henrico's leadership so much, explaining the science. I'm very grateful that we have a medical doctor in the General Assembly. She's our only medical doctor we have in the entire General Assembly. I think we need to listen to her medical advice when she tells us why she thinks this is a good idea. And I appreciate the senior senator from our capital here in Richmond when she says that the effects of this will last long after this. That is certainly true. And that's why I believe that we need to have this end now. Because I don't believe that it's a linear progression of there will be more effects longer. I believe it is rising exponentially. And it's not just my own gut belief, it's what we hear from the experts about the longer that in-person learning is delayed. And something I want to add, when we talk about how we need to watch out for kids in the future, I fear about our kids that have high needs especially, but the group I fear most for during this are the kids between the 25th and 75th percentile. The majority of our kids who are never going to be in the gifted programs, and they're also not likely going to receive as many supports as some of our children with high needs. And as a group, they are really, really missing out during this as well. It's been suggested that the bill is not as strong because there's not an emergency clause. I agree, I wish there was an emergency clause. It comes off a little less genuine, though, when that comment's made by folks that voted against it when it had an emergency clause. If we had 32 votes, the emergency clause would be on this bill and we'd do it. And it would be great. I've never been in a situation before where the governor puts the emergency clause back on a bill that I wanted. Today, I find myself, if the governor did that, I would love that. I would invite that from the governor. I hope that this bill passes strongly today like I believe it might. And I hope that it's actually taken up in the House Education Committee that refused to meet once during the special session when we were trying to address these issues and help get our schools prepared to reopen. There's been several discussions about we need to help our schools reopen. We tried that several times during the special session, and House Education refused to meet once. They didn't reject our ideas, they refused to consider them. I hope this bill comes out of here on a strong bipartisan vote, and I hope it's taken up in the House. I hope it's passed, and I hope the governor puts an emergency clause back on it, and then we can do that. That would be outstanding. We have a constitutional obligation. The senator from Fairfax City was exactly right. We must fulfill that obligation, and the senator from Henrico was exactly right to give us such good medical advice. I appreciate her doing that, and I hope we will advance the bill today.
For what purpose is Senator from Northwestern Fairfax? Senator Boysko, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, we are without a doubt enduring the most difficult year that most of us have ever faced. And the members of the communities that we represent are suffering as well. I greatly appreciate the intent behind this bill. I want the students to be back. I'm hearing from families, I'm hearing from teachers who are dying for us to get these kids back to school and get back to our normal lives. Stop having to worry that our parents are going to die. Stop worrying that our colleagues are going to die, and get back to normal life. But we're not there. Just this morning, I have to take umbrage with suggesting that the teachers are using this as a tool so that they get their way. I don't believe that that's right. I believe that teachers enter the workforce. They make less because they care. They're willing to work for less because they care about our kids. They're doing the absolute best that they can. They have no interest in trying to stop our children from our learning. And in fact, if you talk to the teachers, which I've spent a lot of time talking to the teachers this year, you will find that they are not only working as hard, they're working harder. They're not taking time off. They are preparing double lessons. They're fighting to make sure that our kids are doing as well as they can. This is an absolutely unthinkable year that we have gone through. And yes, the students are hurting emotionally, and the parents are hurting emotionally because of what we're dealing with. We're dealing with unemployment. We're dealing with businesses closing. We're dealing with people losing loved ones. This is not a normal year. And I appreciate that we are trying to get back to normal. And I appreciate that there are signs that suggest that the students will be okay if they go back to school. However, it is the school board's responsibility to make these final decisions. It is our responsibility to fund the schools properly so that they can get back to work, so that they can get back to being in class every single day, not 3 days a week, not 2 days a week, but 5 days a week. This morning I was on the phone, or I had a Zoom call with PTA representatives from Virginia. And that's what they were asking for, not necessarily in person. They wanted their kids to have instruction 5 days a week. And they also wanted to make sure that the teachers and the students have the protection that they need in order to get back to school. So very begrudgingly, I'm going to vote no on this bill. But I implore each member of this body to reach out to your school systems, to find out what they need, to reach out to your boards, your school boards, to say, how can we help you get everybody back to school? This has been an unbelievably bad year, full of unknowns. And it's not over, this situation is not over. And I hope that we're going to vote against the bill, unfortunately.
For what purpose is the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of Senate Bill 1303.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a mother who has advocated for school choice for over 20 years, specifically homeschooling, many in this body I've met in your offices even before I was a legislator. And we have to recognize the comedy in light of such a terrible situation. I'd just like to make a note that for the first time ever, we have the other side of the aisle advocating for homeschooling and our side of the aisle advocating for going to public school. So, if we had to find some comedy in the situation, I think we found it today. Mr. President, I really want to get right to the heart of the matter and identify what I feel is the objection. I do believe both sides of the aisle today see the importance of having our kids in school and the importance of socializations. Both sides see that. But what I hear from the other side of the aisle is the school boards should have that opportunity to make that decision. And Mr. President, what I would say to that is that our school boards have had that opportunity to open our schools. And yet here, almost a year later, they have not. They have not opened our schools. And yes, our school boards are faced with very difficult situations, but they are given pressure by the teachers' unions and the folks that I'm talking to, the parents, the teachers that are not a part of these teachers' unions. They do want the schools opened again. I put forward two bills before this body, Senate Bill 5020 and Senate Bill 5021, that said if a locality says that you have to go 100% online, that we would give parents an education voucher to offset the cost of this mandate to keep our kids out of school and force parents to educate their kids. Mr. President, I had that choice. My family made that choice to homeschool. Many of these parents have not been given that choice and do not desire to have that choice, and we need to help them out. Mr. President, I believe at this point in time, over a year later, where our school boards have had the opportunity to put our kids back in school and address these issues, Mr. President, it is time for us as the state to step in and incentivize and get our kids back to school. So, Mr. President, for this time and this situation, I'm saying that we need to support getting our kids back in school. And I'd like to remind my friends on the other side of the aisle, and those times I was in their office over the past 10 years, how important it is to have our kids in those public schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think pretty soon everybody's going to have spoken to this, but it's an important bill, and I'm glad we're devoting significant time to it instead of a bill that passed unanimously about 4 hours ago. Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, what I would say is a couple of things. First of all, I view this vote as being more symbolic than about substance. This bill is clearly a work in progress. This bill is not going to pass in the form it's in right now. It's sending a message, and it's going to get edited if it doesn't meet up with a veto pen eventually, but it clearly sends a message. And I think it's an important message. And I'm hoping that people on the other end of it in lots of different places take a message from it. The second thing I'll say is that not all school boards are created equal. And I represent a part of 3 counties that often feel like they're forgotten about by the larger jurisdictions within which they exist. The Route 1 corridor in Fairfax County is a small part of a county that's larger than 8 states. And it probably has 50 to 60% of the per capita family income as the rest of the county does. Most of my elementary schools that I represent are Title I schools. My district, 1 in 4 people I represent was born in another country. They have no idea how to speak to me or how to reach out to me. They don't even know I exist. They don't even know what I do. But I do know they're counting on me to fight for them. And I guarantee you that a lot of those families have their kids at home right now going to school, being supervised by their 10 or 12-year-old brother, or by their grandmother that doesn't speak English, or maybe not being supervised by anybody at all. I have other people who live in my district that are very much like me, and they're dropping money on all kinds of childcare they've never had to spend on before because they can't have 2 working parents without having somebody else to supervise the child to do this online virtual school thing. This process is getting old, and it's getting old really fast for everybody, and I fully recognize that. And I just want to share with you all, I do a constituent survey every year, and I don't pretend this survey to be in any way remotely scientific, because it's typically responded to by people who like me a lot. Typically people like me a lot, or people that really don't like me and want to tell me that. But my district. I mean, my district. I think Tim Kaine got like something like 70% in the district that I represent. My district has a certain lean to it, and I feel like this issue, at least a month or two or three ago, was pretty heavily politicized. I think in the last month or so, it's become much less politicized, right? And so the survey, result, I got back 278 people responded to me. I asked the question, I had a bunch of different choices about when do you think schools should open. 21% said open the schools right now. I think I know who they are. 14% said parents should have the option to go right now. 15% said everybody should go back as soon as every school personnel has been vaccinated. And then 26.5% said every parent should have the option to send their child back once everybody's vaccinated. So in other words, 76% of the people who respond to my survey, mostly people who like me a lot, say that their kids should go back once all the personnel are vaccinated, which I'm told will probably be towards March 1st, right? And I can tell you that if our school boards don't get people the option to send their kids back in person after everybody's been vaccinated, there's going to be torches and pitchforks out there saying, open the damn door. And from my perspective, one of the biggest problems is that our school boards have not communicated with a whole lot of clarity as to when people are going to be able to see light at the end of the tunnel. And that's driving a ton of the anxiety. And these school boards need to start communicating clearly. And so I'm going to vote for this imperfect bill, but I'm doing it to send a message to our school boards to start helping to resolve this anxiety, because it shouldn't land in our lap. We entrust them to do it, and they're not communicating effectively. So, Mr. President, I hope this conversation continues. It's clearly going to be a longer one, but I think the public has I think gelled around what we need to do, and it's pretty clear. And I think this hopefully will give them the nudge they need.
Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1303? Seeing none, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to respond to a few things we've heard on the floor today and wrap this up.
Senator, has the floor.
Number one, I would say if you're concerned about the UK or the South African viral strain, don't be concerned about the acuity. Number one, all those strains have been shown to be covered by the vaccine. Number two, they're more contagious, but not more deadly or more serious, cause more serious illness. Second thing is quarantining. We heard from the senator from Bath. What on earth would we do? Well, that's why we have protocols. Indeed, if there are people that have to quarantine, that's why you have both in-person and virtual, so you can pivot, but there should be a precedent that in-person is available. Community spread. Let me reiterate the science we talked about earlier. Community spread is not an appropriate way to measure schools because the population for children is so much less at risk for this virus, and indeed, so are the adults around them. Back to my friend from Southern Chesapeake, I believe. The teachers are not at more risk. In fact, they found that teachers, unvaccinated teachers in schools, had no more risk than their age-relevant compatriots that were not in schools. There is no more risk. The kids are not a vector. That is not accurate. Every study we've shown has seen they are not a vector like they are with the flu. So there are some science answers I wanted to kind of touch on. The next thing is divisions are already adapting. Ask your parents, ask the parents in your district about that if you think that's happening. Because I think, as we've heard from the senator, I have such a hard time with these, but let's see. Senator from Eastern Fairfax County, that there's gel around this. And furthermore, I would say, yes, July 1 is suboptimal. I would prefer it to be immediately because I believe the science dictates that the harm to children for any delay we have in getting back to school vastly exceeds the risk of being in school. But I'll accept July 1 because I think it does give time to prepare, and they can continue to do their adaptations until then, but July 1 we need to be in school. Let's talk about the resources to make this all work. Our schools, from the CARES Act, have received over $940 million in the past year. The governor has given them $500 million to hold them harmless for the loss of enrollment. And let me just clarify that. So these parents who have pulled their children out of public school to educate them in private school and are paying tuition are also going to pay the taxes for the slot their child is not filling in school because of the hold harmless money. The schools have the money to get back safely and follow the protocols. We've heard that this is a desire and people are worn out and they're frustrated. I'm going to use another word. This is disparity. 3 Virginias are evolving in front of our eyes for our children. We have people who can afford to pay for private education. We have parents who can afford to advocate for their children at school boards. And then we have the families that are on the cusp of everything. And we know that they are suffering more than anybody else. This is not a choice. This is not an inconvenience. This is not a desire. This is a responsibility. It's a moral obligation that we protect those children because school is their safe place. And it's about learning, but it's about everything else too. Virtual and in person being in this bill, that's something that may be nuanced as we go forward, but I wanted people to know if they felt uncomfortable with in-person, they would still have virtual. And quite frankly, I believe the state is prepared and needs to have virtual available as we go forward. Virtually every state that has succeeded in opening schools has done so with centralized leadership, either from the governor or the legislature. That is what we need to do, because we need to give clear direction for the school boards to know how to turn their attention from the argument of do we open to how do we open. And it is our responsibility to give that guidance. A couple of other things to go over. I just want to say, we say this a lot, but the pursuit of perfection is the enemy of good. If our schools are going to be perfect before we open them, they'll never open again. The bill is vague. I would say it's clear. Open the schools. In-person education. This is not Democrat. It's not Republican. This is us really advocating as parents that we all are, grandparents, for the children in Virginia. And let me just read maybe one of the most poignant quotes I've gotten from one of my constituents. And this is a family with 2 incomes. This is a family that has the means to advocate and to pursue other options. And she says, "It's very sad to me that it's now a privilege obtained through one's family having the means to pay for private school for children to have the choice to go to school." This is a really important statement. This is really important leadership. I'm going to suggest, if you want to talk about science, there is a mountain of science that we need in person education, and there's not even an anthill of science to oppose that. So I hope that we get a unanimous vote. I don't think we're going to, but I hope that we move this forward to the House, and I do hope the House discusses it, because this is the most important thing we need to do this year in this session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1303 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote? Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Senator Norman?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 13.
Ayes 26, noes 13. Senate Bill 1303 passes.
Senate Bill 1317, a bill relating to local school boards, open enrollment policy required.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Sorry, Mr. President. I'm just trying to get back to my other notes. Thank you, Mr. President. This bill seeks to amend a section of the code that already exists that directs open enrollment procedures for school divisions and how they should execute them. This bill allows children's families, children who qualify for free and reduced lunch, which is 42% of our children, it's significant in Virginia, that they would be able to choose another school in the same school district for their child to attend. There are caps in place. If the school is full, the school has to set up a lottery to allow the school to adapt and make sure they don't overflow a school. But basically, this is an opportunity for us to reverse some of the challenges that we see in perpetuity that cause generational poverty. And I want to tell you a little bit about how I came to this bill. We all experienced the conversation about equity and injustice this past year. And I, like everybody else, did a lot of study and research to determine what substantively can reverse this. Because I tell you what, poverty hasn't changed in Virginia in over 30 years, the percent of poverty. And when I saw some of the educational tools that were out around that time, it hinged on education. Education was one of the most significant means to achieve opportunity. And with a good education, people actually had a chance at success. I always refer to social determinants of health because I believe they matter. I believe that some people have a chance in life and other people don't because of where they start. And we know that's true because the data from VCU and the zip code data tells us if you're born in one zip code, you will die 20 years sooner and have less economic capacity, less job opportunity, less higher education than somebody born in your same city in a different zip code. Well, how do we decide what schools kids go to? It's by zip code. Why do we perpetuate that? Why would we not give children and families an opportunity to change that? There's other things that we brought up. We had beautiful testimony in committee from mom advocates. That's what they call themselves, mom advocates. And so I am happy to answer questions, and we can talk about this going forward, but that's essentially what the bill does, Mr. President. It creates the opportunity to address the injustice of generational poverty by giving access of education to those who don't have the ability. You and I can move to a different school district. These students can't. And so, Mr. President, with that, I hope that the body will support the bill and pass it through, and maybe we'll just do that without any conversation, but I doubt it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise?
To address this well-intentioned bill.
Senator has the floor.
I think the bill is well-intentioned, but open enrollment policies alone don't address root causes of concentrated populations of students in poverty. And in fact, I think this bill could have some unintended consequences, at least in one of the localities I represent. One of the things that migrates with the students is the funding. And I know that in Fairfax County, when we had a similar situation where some kids were mandated that they could attend any school they want, it led to the closure of some electives at one of the schools that had a lot of free and reduced lunch students. And I want to point out that Fairfax County has over 58,000 students. That's 58,000 students eligible for free and reduced lunch, and that any of the students under that bill, this bill, could ask to move from any school for virtually any reason, including away from high-performing schools. the legislation, at least for a county as large as Fairfax, could create such a sufficient volume of requests that they could have to create an entire administrative apparatus to relocate these 58,000 students, or those that were able to get transportation to another school. And that's another shortfall in the bill, that there's no transportation provided. So students whose parents don't have the resources to provide them with transportation across the county might not be able to take advantage of this. I think what we really should be doing as an alternative is we'd be better served with additional targeted resources for individual schools with high poverty. And that would help bring additional resources to bear. It's a good idea, the bill, a good concept, I should say, but in Alexandria and Arlington, they have much more liberal policies with smaller school districts, allowing kids to move from school to school. But in some, this could wreak havoc, at least in one of the counties I represent, and for that reason, I'll be voting against it.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Let me tell the members, don't vote for this bill. Look at it very carefully what it's saying. And let me go way back when I was in school. And if you want to go back when I was in school, I will support it. Because when I came along in the school, black folks go here, white folks go there. They didn't give the money to the schools in our district, and we knew that. So the parents got together to make sure that what we needed, they was gotten. If you pass this bill, based on what she is trying to say, all the kids can be hopping, going to the best schools. And let me use my state in Chesapeake. We're complaining already to Chesapeake school system. If you go to Chesapeake school systems, where are the best schools, quote? They're not the best schools, but where all the money is spent at in Chesapeake school system? In Great Bridge, Hickory, those schools in that part of the city. And we raised saying about, what about the schools in the river? What about the schools, particularly in South Norfolk? Free lunch, they all have free lunches. But of course, in the best part of our schools that they call the schools in Great Bridge, suppose that they don't get free lunch, but they do. So if you pass this bill, all you're doing is going back to the old way to allow kids to pick what school they go to. Next thing you know, all the kids can be going to one part of the city and all the kids to the other part of the city. And that's how I was raised. It didn't bother me at all, because I truly believe that my education, I got a better education than what these kids are getting now. I'm old school. That's how I am now. So I'm glad that I didn't come along this time. I'm glad I didn't come along this time where you could do what the kids are doing now. I'm old school, and I believe that. I think I got a better education for it, especially the discipline part of it. All this bill is doing is trying to go back to the old way. People are constantly trying to bring up bills, trying to go back to the old way to get people who are a certain class to go to these schools this way, and clear people who are poor go this way. And the school board will yield to the schools in the upper class. Don't fall for it. It's a trick. Let these kids who are poor, those who are not poor, whatever class they can go in now, let them do it right now. Don't go back to the old ways. I've been there. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1317? For what purpose is Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, the senator from Northern Chesapeake is exactly right. I just recently received an email from the superintendent of Giles County. This truly is the responsibility and authority of the school boards. That's why we have school boards. You let this thing out, it's going to destroy the school systems. So I urge the body not to go this way, because you'll be putting us back many, many years, and you don't want to do that. And as I say, the school boards have are looking after the children, looking out where they can already do open enrollment if they need to. But again, this is not one. This is a one-size-fits-all approach. I agree with the senator from Bath about this as well. So you do not want to turn the clock back to about 60 years from now. You do not want to do this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Surville rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill very quickly.
Senator's the floor.
So, Mr. President, a couple years ago, we passed a bill that I completely missed, and it allowed active duty military families to choose their school when they move into a county. And there's one high school in my district, Mount Vernon High School. My father actually went there, along with Chuck Robb, a lot of other people you've probably read about. But Mount Vernon High School has changed over the last 50 years, obviously. Today, that school is about 41% free reduced lunch. And it's got a whole bunch of houses, big houses on the Potomac River, probably worth $3 to $5 million each in the district. Senator George Allen used to live there in that area. Ed Gillespie still lives there. There's a lot of other famous people that I could get into that live there. But none of them send their kids to this school. That's why it's 41% free reduced lunch. And when we passed that bill, the other thing that Mount Vernon High School has in its district is Fort Belvoir. Fort Belvoir has, I think, about 20,000 people live on base. It has its own elementary school. That elementary school feeds into Walt Whitman, where Bob McDonnell went, and then it feeds into Mount Vernon. And when we passed that law about 2 or 3 years ago that allowed active duty military to change their schools, 120 families fled the school. So if you want to know what this bill is going to do to the area I represent, where 24 out of 36 of the elementary schools are represented free reduced lunch, that's an example. This is not a policy that you can just inflict on a school system, some random July 1 you choose. This is the kind of thing that we have to leave up to our local school systems to decide to do with it as they choose. There are boundaries to these schools that have been drawn. There's assumptions that have been made, budgeting decisions have been made, programming decisions that have been made, all kinds of people who have planned their lives around different assumptions. And this is, the proverbial, sledgehammer to go after a gnat. There are much better ways to deal with this, and I appreciate this is well-intentioned, but it's just the wrong way to achieve the objective.
For what purpose is the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Again, I want to start with the premise that the senator from Henrico and I both agree that we need to address inequity in our education system. But unfortunately, this bill is only going to nibble around the edges and in some cases give a false promise to families. The city of Richmond has had open enrollment for a long time, and the biggest complaint I hear about it from my constituents is that without transportation, it's a false promise. Many of the families that are targeted by this bill don't have transportation, or they work shift work where they can't drive their kids to work. And if the school division does not provide transportation, and this bill does not mandate that they do, it's not going to fix that problem, then open enrollment is a false choice. That's the first problem. The second problem is there aren't enough slots in the schools that people want to enroll in for everybody. And rather than focusing our energy on shifting a few people to the quote good schools, why aren't we working to fix the quote not good schools? Because until we do that, until we actually address the needs of each school and each community to make sure they are meeting the needs of those students, we will continue to have inequity in our education system. Once again, the Board of Education has told us what we need to do to address some of this. Open enrollment is not going to do it. Yeah, you may help a few families, but there are many, many more who are going to be left behind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Any other senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1317? Seeing none, Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will apologize to the body for not being prepared enough for this bill after coming off the prior bill. But I want to address a few issues. The first is that the heart of this bill comes from a report from VCU that was published in November of 2020, titled School Segregation by Boundary Line in Virginia. And this study, robust study, goes on to assert that the boundary lines within school districts that isolate individuals in economic settings are the major issue we have in densely populated areas. In an era, and I quote, of swift demographic change, in suburbs alongside sharply rising inequality, renewed attention to the dynamics of segregation grows more important. School districts and attendance boundary lines that wall off communities with highly differentiated wealth help structure segregation. Furthermore, this report goes on to say, segregation between schools in the same division contributes to half or more of all multiracial school segregation in Virginia's metropolitan regions, including Central Virginia, 56%, Tidewater, 50%, and Northern Virginia, 63%. Our recommendations are generally geared towards state policymakers. The recommendations call for extensive use of bully pulpit to amplify awareness about school segregation. So then let me turn to the bill and where it's inserted in the code. You're right. We already have open enrollment policy, but it seems to be devoted to a few privileged groups. People whose parents teach at those schools, we can assume the best schools. Parents who make a request, boundary lines. This may nibble around the edges. This may not solve the problem. In fact, nothing's going to solve the problem. We must have many things to solve this problem. But this is one more thing we can do. I'm sorry if it inconveniences school divisions. We cannot keep doing things the same way we've been doing them and expect a different outcome. We need to make sure every child in Virginia has the opportunity to get an outstanding education, and their parents should be the ones that have the final decision on that. Furthermore, I will point out, it doesn't create chaos. There are already in the code clear language that says an unbiased selection process in the event that open enrollment exceeds the capacity of a school. So what's the worst case scenario? We find out how many kids want to be in a different school, and it makes us rethink how we do things. That's a bully pulpit, guys. We got to get some work done. I hope you will seriously think about this, because this is a solution to segregation as it exists in schools today, drawn by our boundary lines in our neighborhoods. And, you know, there was a beautiful quote that I was so grateful for when we were in committee that pointed out children who start with a disadvantage benefit from having the opportunity to be put into a better situation. But all the kids in the school that receive that child that has challenges also benefit. It's time to mix it up a little bit. This does no harm. It's already in the code. It's just one more thing they can use to decide open enrollment, and it begins to develop the conversation about creative new things. We've been sending money to schools in trouble for a long time, and it's not fixing the problem. Generational poverty exists, hasn't changed in 30 years. Let's start doing something different. I hope you'll support this bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1317 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 15, noes 24.
Ayes 15, noes 24. Senate Bill 1317 fails.
Senate Bill 1325, a bill relating to visitation, petition of grandparent.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Boy, am I on a roll. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill seeks to solve the problem that many of us have heard about grandparents who no longer have visitation. Mr. President, I move the bill pass and speak to the bill.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, I think, a very good solution to a problem we've all discussed before. This bill in a different form passed out of this body last year, but this is a way better solution. This bill protects parental rights. What this bill does is it allows the court to consider the desire of a deceased or incapacitated parent regarding visitation. So it is actually giving power to a parent who can no longer be there to assert that for themselves. If they can have it in writing, that's great, but it also allows the courts to consider other evidence that that parent who is no longer available had an intention for their parents or extended family to have a relationship with the child. So I have to really thank the Family Law Coalition for helping me come up with something that works, both in keeping in mind Troxel from the U.S. Supreme Court, but also helping people have a voice. And so I'm very grateful, and I hope you support the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1325? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1325 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. Senate Bill 1325 passes.
Senate Bill 1381, a bill relating to possessing or transporting a weapon within Capitol Square or into building owned or leased by the Commonwealth penalty.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Move the bill pass and speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
What this bill does is it codifies and extends existing policy. Right now, firearms and dangerous weapons are not allowed in state buildings, courtesy of the governor's executive order, and in Capitol Square, courtesy of the joint rules. However, this extends it to Capitol grounds. It's in the interest of public safety. We know that you can't carry weapons in federal office buildings, state courtrooms, and post offices. And I thought that we should have some certainty in our policy. We know that last year we had a bit of a close call when the FBI arrested 3 men on firearms charges and plans to attend the rally that was to be held on Capitol Square to incite violence. They were armed with a functioning assault rifle. They brought more than 1,500 rounds of rifle ammunition and acquired vests to hold body armor. They stated, it was unbelievable what was stated in court records. One of the accused was stated as, quote, "we could essentially be like hunting people," talking about killing police officers and others. A number of states ban or partially ban carrying or possessing firearms in government buildings, including South Carolina and North Dakota and others. So with that, I ask that we pass the bill. And I should say that there are exceptions for police officers and others in going about their duties, and retired state police officers.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline, rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to speak on the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I'm expected to be in committee by this hour, but we're not.
No problem.
I don't think we will be anytime soon. So I'll take a minute to speak to this because I think this is a very important bill. And it disturbs me because I believe very much that we should only pass laws that we intend to be enforced. And a few weeks ago, there were several folks in violation of the current prohibition, and it wasn't enforced. And I don't think it's a good rule. But I know who it will be enforced on, and that's the 24-year-old, 115-pound, young person that's employed by the General Assembly that's got to walk 6 blocks, often in the dark, to the General Assembly building, often in the dark on their way home in the evening after they work for us. I don't think this is right. I don't think this is right to the citizens. And I usually try not to think about bills just how they're going to deal with us especially. But the people that this will actually be enforced upon are those aides. And this is not right. And currently, right now, there's no tram for them, which, that's fine. There wasn't a tram when I was an aide. I walked. It was fine. But I'm a big guy. People don't come up and bother me on the street. There are much more probably healthy-sized people than me, but who do get bothered. And I think that taking this away from them is wrong. And I expect it's going to pass today, but this is wrong. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak against Senate Bill 1381.
Senator, is the floor.
Mr. President, I'd be remiss if I didn't account the events of the past 3 years in which I was personally assaulted at the Capitol. Capitol Police cannot be everywhere, and as great of people as they are, we do not properly give them the resources they need to do the job that we've asked them to do. Mr. Chairman, I remember being in a committee meeting in the Capitol, and because they were short-staffed, there was no Capitol police officer in the room in which we were having our committee meeting, and we had a conflict that arose because of how I voted on a bill, and someone got upset. They came up toward the dais, and actually had 2 of my fellow senators to run down the hallway and try to apprehend this person because there was no Capitol police officer in that room. Mr. President, I can also remember times late at night when we as members of the General Assembly have to walk to our cars late at night. And I think of our aides, just as the senator from Roanoke mentioned. I think of all the men and women, especially, and I'm going to have to advocate from my perspective as being a short female. This is how people like myself defend themselves and deter violence. This is a basic constitutionally protected right that each of us have, no matter what color we are, what religion we are, whether we're male, female. This is a basic, inalienable human right to be able to protect ourselves while we're walking to our cars at night. Mr. President, I'm especially concerned here in the streets of Richmond that are only 20 minutes away from where I live and where we work, at the increased crime rate that we have seen over the past year, where we've had people rioting and looting the streets of Richmond. And yes, there is a picture that I'm in on the front of Style magazine where I have an AR-15 strapped on my chest because I'm having to protect myself because we haven't, the local elected leaders in Richmond have not properly supported our Richmond City police officers. When we disarm law-abiding citizens, we empower the criminals. Mr. President, we empower the criminals who don't care what laws we pass in this body. They're not checking on July 1 to see which bills pass and become law. They don't care. We've had members of this very body that were robbed, held at gunpoint. I have to reflect back to last January when we had the annual Virginia Citizens Defense League rally with over 80,000 law-abiding citizens to show support of the Second Amendment. And Mr. President, after that day was over, the streets were cleaner than they were before they got there. Not one shot was fired. It was a peaceful rally. And listen, I unite with my friends on the other side. I'm against gun violence just like you are. 100% against gun violence. But the only way we can deter gun violence is to not go after the law-abiding citizens. We need to focus on the criminals. And this bill, Mr. President, is designed to empower criminals and disenfranchise law-abiding citizens. And for that reason, I have to oppose this bill. Thank you.
For purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Alexandria rise for a question?
Will Senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm curious, was it the senator's intent on line 19 of the bill, owned or leased by the Commonwealth or any agency thereof where employees of the Commonwealth or agency thereof are regularly present, to exclude private citizens that happen to lease in the same building, their companies there and everything else? I know, Mr. President, in my district, there is an entity of the Commonwealth in a big, tall building, and in that same building is a government contractor who they regularly carry weapons inside that building, and they coexist in the same commercial civilian office space. Is it his intention to exclude those people from now on from being able to do business where they have a commercial entity?
Not at all, and in fact, I would say that the bill doesn't do that. It says a building that is leased. I would say that in that circumstance he describes, it sounds as though the Commonwealth leases offices rather than a building.
Further question?
Mr. President, follow-up question.
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would direct the senators to line 20. It says, where employees of the Commonwealth or agency there are regularly present for the purpose of performing their official duties. So the folks in the Commonwealth there show up every day and they meet with veterans and they do all that sort of stuff. It doesn't give a carve out to say for a property that the Commonwealth leases, I'm under the same assumption as him. I'm just assuming that he intended to, for the full building, if the Commonwealth owns it. But I'm wondering, would that be clear, or if there would be another member that maybe does contract law to be able to decipher that for me? Thank you, Mr. President.
If the question was directed to me, I would say that it is clear. It says any building owned or leased. It doesn't say any building where the Commonwealth owns, where the Commonwealth leases a part of that building. So I think it is clear as it stands. And I would tell the gentleman, this is the policy of the Commonwealth of Virginia today under the governor's executive order that seems to have been working well.
Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1381? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1381 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. Senate Bill 1381 passes.
Senate Bill 1468, a bill relating to certifications for victims of qualifying criminal activity.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the bill pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. So Senate Bill 1468 has to do with crime victims. I'm a little disappointed it came out of committee with a sort of a partisan tinge to it, because it really shouldn't be a partisan issue. The bill has to do with U visas and T visas. A U visa is a visa that Immigrations and Customs Enforcement will issue to somebody who is the victim of a crime in the United States. A T visa is a visa that ICE will issue to somebody who is a human trafficking victim in the United States. In order to get ICE to issue one of those visas, a Virginia law enforcement agency has to sign a piece of paper certifying that they were a crime victim or a human trafficking victim. And all this bill does is creates a process by which somebody can obtain that piece of paper, so it's not completely open-ended. So it requires a police department or a sheriff's office to designate a person to receive the application. They have a time frame in which to respond, because ICE gives people 6 months whenever they apply for this. So it says they have to reply within 120 days. If they deny the piece of paper, the certification, they have to state in writing what the reason for the denial is. And then it creates an appeal process to a Virginia Circuit Court that's expedited if there's some dispute about whether they were right or not. And the court has to hear it within 30 days, so they have time to get it to ICE to get the visa. The bill will incentivize people to cooperate in criminal investigations, because it gives them a guaranteed process they can follow and some certainty in the process. So this will encourage people to help solve crimes. It's a good bill, and I'm not aware of anybody that opposes it. Mr. President, I would hope we could pass it with a strong bipartisan majority. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1468? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1468 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 17.
Ayes 22, no 17. Senate Bill 1468 passes.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Before we move forward, Senator from Bedford, and one thing with Senator from Falk here, unless you had something.
I do, Mr.
Immediate.
President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, returning to page 9, Senate Bill 1170, having voted on the prevailing side by which that bill did not pass, I move to reconsider that vote.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1170 failed be reconsidered. All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
As it was my bill, I vote aye.
Good move. Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
President, I move that the bill go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1170 will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, House bills on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all the House bills on second reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, it's pages 15 through 17, House Bill 1748 and House Bill 1859, that the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second reading of the titles of the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 15 through 17, House Bill 1743 through House Bill 1859, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I now move that those House bills go by for the day.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, before I make this motion, I just wanted to inform everybody the bills that are currently on the uncontested calendar, after we finish adopting whatever amendments are, we will then move to waive the unconstitutional reading on those, put them on third reading, and get them out of here today. The bills that are on the regular calendar, second reading, will just deal with amendments and that, but they'll be treated in the normal way, so they will just move to third reading tomorrow.
And,
all right.
And Senator, just to clarify,
sure.
You mentioned waiving the unconstitutional reading. We should always waive.
Did I say the unconstitutional?
Yeah, we should always waive that.
Uncontested.
We'll waive the constitutional.
Well, sometimes we don't.
Thank the senator.
Don't get old. I move that all, Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on second reading on the unconstitutional, uncontested, on the uncontested calendar on pages 17 through 19, that's SB 1246 through SB 1743, be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any member desiring to remove a bill from the block, please wait until the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. Restated, the question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 17 through 19, Senate Bill 1246 through Senate Bill 1473, be engrossed in advance through their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1246, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1288, the committee substitute, has been adopted. Senate Bill 1260, reported from the Committee on Transportation with the substitute.
Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1273, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1472, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with the substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Bill 1473, reported from the Committee on Rules.
Question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third constitutional reading. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on their third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 17 through 19, that's Senate Bill 1246 through 1473, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I now move that all Senate bills that are now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 17 through 19, that's Senate Bills 1246 through 1473, be placed on their final passage in a block. And any member, senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 17 through 19, Senate Bill 1246 through Senate Bill 1473, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1246, Senate Bill 1288, Senate Bill 1260, Senate Bill 1273, Senate Bill 1472, Senate Bill 1473.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of the passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 1165, a bill relating to abolition of the death penalty, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with a substitute, and there are 3 floor substitutes. Now 5.
Now 5. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
So, Mr. President, let's give the body a little orientation here. We have 5 floor substitutes in front of you. The first one's a committee sub, which we need to reject. Then we need to get, I believe, to Senator Stanley is next up, and then Senator Norment has his, although it's unconstitutional, I think he's going to withdraw it. And then we have my substitute, which I assume I'll take by so that Senator Norment can present his other two, and then we'll go back to mine last. So I think just to orient everybody, that's what we need to do. So having said that, Mr. President, as to my motion I just made, I would move, again, remind everybody that we need to reject the committee substitute.
Okay. Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
I thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the floor substitute be agreed to. And speaking to that, sir.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. As you know, since I've been in this body for the past 10 years, I have never voted for any bill that would expand the death penalty. I do recall even at a time when I was in the Senate courts, what used to be called the Courts Committee, when there was a triggerman bill that came across during a Republican majority in the House and the Senate and also in the governor's mansion. When that triggerman bill came across, both myself and another senator voted against it, thereby killing it. I come to this conclusion, and I've always come to this conclusion based on three principles, which I've articulated before, but briefly allow me to explain. My parents have always raised me to treasure the sanctity of life. And you may recall that on a floor speech that I made a year back when we were talking about life, meaning life. It means life. I'm pro-life. I believe that every life is sacred. And I don't believe that we get to make the call on when that life ends. That is left to our Creator. And so my principles in my faith, having raised me that way, that is how I've always felt. And sometimes I've made the notion that it's kind of interesting that those you would suspect would be tough on crime Republicans could have such a position. But in fact, I think it's the right position. It's the right position for me. But more importantly, you can still be tough on crime and have a moral obligation to be against the death penalty, or a legal obligation to be against the death penalty. And I have both. Sometimes I find it ironic that those that are pro-life are for the death penalty, and similarly, conversely, that those that are pro-abortion are against the death penalty. I find those inherently inconsistent. So I try to keep consistent with my beliefs and my faith when I make any vote when it comes to these issues. And I have, consistently have for 10 years. I am the chief co-patron on the underlying bill. After a long discussion with my friend, the senator from Eastern Fairfax, we decided we would do this together. And the reasons, again, not just based on my faith that I do not believe that the death penalty is effective, and that I believe that it is out of date, also comes from my belief that the government does not have that right, that awesome power over its people. And quite frankly, the government in its administration of justice through the judicial system is imperfect. We all know it's not infallible. I, as an attorney, for the past 26 years, have seen where justice has failed. I've seen where the innocent have been proven guilty, have been shown or been convicted and then proven innocent later. We have had in the United States, and only because DNA evidence demonstrated that over 170 people convicted of capital murder were then exonerated, found innocent because the DNA evidence proved someone else did it. When you have a justice system that can't get it right all of the time, why do we give it that awesome power? Why do we ever allow it to have that awesome power of determining life or death? And so, not only as a conservative do I not trust the government, the largesse of the government, giving it the ultimate power, but I also know that in the court system, we're not perfect. You have heard me, both on the floor of the Senate, and you saw it on a Netflix documentary, introduce you to Keith Allen Harward, a gentleman who was convicted on junk science bite mark evidence that was later debunked, served 33 and a half years for a crime he did not commit in our Commonwealth penitentiary system. 33 and a half years that we could not give him back. And it wasn't but for the DNA evidence that proved that someone else did it, or he would still be there today. The death penalty is arcane. But we understand as human beings why we want it. We live, we're flushed with vengeance. We can understand sometimes that a heinous crime deserves a heinous outcome, a heinous ending for the person that committed the crime. But we must resist that temptation. God teaches us to resist that temptation. In fact, the Lord says, vengeance is mine, not ours. And so as a co-patron of this bill, what I've seen here, I thought we needed to have a substitute that made it very clear to the people of Virginia that while abolishing the death penalty, which I am for, that any person convicted of the special circumstances that we have listed that qualify for capital murder convictions and an ultimate sentence at this time of the death penalty would be left. They're changed from capital murder to aggravated murder, and that if a person is convicted of a heinous crime, one that shocks the senses as all of those in that list do, then they should be given life without the possibility of parole. My substitute simply does this. For every one of those special circumstances murders that a person is convicted, while they will not get the electric chair or lethal injection, they will never see freedom again. They will dwell in our penitentiaries until the very last breath that they take. It is fair and just, but it is also fair for the victims as well. My concern is that in its current form, without this substitute, the ability of sentencing someone to something less than life without parole exists. And that if that exists, then that person that committed that heinous crime, that multiple murder, as just one example, could then be let go, freed, after some course of time. Could be through a parole board, set free after application and review. I think we owe it to the Commonwealth's citizens, if we're going to make a policy change and a decision that we are going to choose life, we are going to end the death penalty, then we need to also assure our citizens that it will be life without parole. That life means life, in the same way that life means life to me. I cannot support anything that would have the possibility, even an inch of possibility, to where someone who would be convicted of a capital offense might have the chance at freedom. And I don't think it's right for the victims of those crimes, the family members of those crimes, and the memory of the victims of those crimes, to have someone commit some heinous crime, such a heinous crime, and have the possibility to have freedom, the freedom that they took away from the people that they murdered. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I move that the floor substitute be agreed to, and I thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman from Franklin yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
I will yield, Mr. President.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the gentleman comment on whether this might be in conflict with the law we passed, I guess in 19, on allowing a 20-year parole option for individuals under the age of 18 who were certified to stand trial as an adult and were given a life sentence? Would this would your amendment put that in conflict with that?
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman for the question. I thank the gentleman for carrying that bill for so many years, and I supported that bill. This does not put that law now in conflict. We're talking about those that would be convicted of aggravated murder after July 1st of this year would be sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, and it would not affect that. What it may have is that it stands perhaps in contravention or conflict with what seems to be our willingness now to eliminate all mandatory minimums. Now, I don't call this a mandatory minimum. I call it a mandatory maximum. And quite frankly, it doesn't conflict, but it conflicts with perhaps the policy decision that we're making. But this is such a different, Mr. President, I would tell the gentleman that this is such a different criminal act that if in your mind we are leaving in mandatory minimums, we'll let it be this crime, aggravated murder, and let it be this way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Further question?
Would the gentleman yield for another question?
Will the senator yield?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll gladly yield to my friend.
Senator yield. You have
I
the floor.
understand that it might not be retroactive, but prospectively going forward, would any juvenile 14, 15, 16 charged with a capital murder therefore be ineligible in the future from the benefits of the law we passed a couple of years ago?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I answer the gentleman by saying I am unsure, but my bill intends to have any adult or certified as an adult who's convicted of a capital offense, which would now be termed aggravated murder, that instead of the potential of capital punishment being they're executed, that they'll live, but they'll live out their days in a penitentiary. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. What purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the floor substitute.
Senator has the floor.
The first floor substitute. First of all, Mr. President, I want to thank the senator from Franklin County for standing by his values and co-sponsoring, being the chief co-sponsor of the underlying legislation. Wish he would do this floor sub, but so be it. But appreciate his bipartisan support on the underlying bill. The problem with the floor sub is it creates 14 new mandatory minimum offenses. And the problem with mandatory minimum offenses is they don't deter anyone, they don't result in just outcomes, they cause people to plead guilty to offenses that they have valid defenses to. They incentivize Commonwealth attorneys to overcharge. And that's the real problem with this, is this bill will it'll have the actual opposite effect of, I think, of what he's intending. Because see, right now, a lot of the conduct that falls under capital murder doesn't get charged that way, because prosecutors don't want to deal with the Capital Defender Service, they don't want to deal with the delays, they don't want to deal with the appeals, they don't want to deal with all the additional resources that come into that, so they'll charge a first-degree murder that could be a capital murder as a first-degree murder instead of capital. But by adopting this substitute, it will cause basically a ton more offenses to be charged as aggravated murders instead of as first-degree murders or other types of offenses, as prosecutors leverage up people to a mandatory life sentence so that they won't exercise the right to trial by jury. And that's the real problem with this, Mr. President. And when I look at the data, I had the Sentencing Commission run some data about this. In the last 5 years, there were 34 people who were charged with these underlying offenses. 32 of them were given life, and a judge suspended the sentence for 2 of them. So in other words, a judge gave 2 people one gave a 36-year term, the other one a 38-year term instead of a life term. So this bill would wipe that out. It would make them go to prison forever. There was another 27 people that got charged with capital murder, but the jury dropped it down to something other than capital murder. And those people, those 27 people, 5 of them got life, and then 11 of them got a term of years. What this bill would do, it would mean that those 27 people probably would plead guilty because they ain't going to roll the dice. They'd plead guilty to a different offense. They wouldn't go to trial. So you wouldn't get these same outcomes. You would get unfair outcomes, right? This proposed floor sub, it basically, from my perspective, gives Commonwealth attorneys nuclear weapons to use in a plea negotiation. That's what it does. It completely distorts the balance of power massively. And that's why we're looking at mandatory minimums again, because they don't work. And the last thing I'll say, Mr. President, is that I could easily go along with this. I could say, let's just go along with this because, the governor's made very clear that if he sees another mandatory minimum come across his desk, a new one, it's got a date with a veto pen. And so this could be a cute way to end this debate, move it along, get the death penalty repealed, but this actually wouldn't become law. I think that's kind of facetious. I think we just need to reject the floor sub and move on to the substitute that I've proposed. So, Mr. President, I think we need to reject this sub.
What purpose does the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Good afternoon, Mr. President. And
Senator.
thank you. Would the gentleman from Franklin County yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Certainly I will.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
I would preface my question by saying I agree he's always been very consistent with believing in the sanctity of life, either at the beginning of life or at the end after somebody has committed a really horrible, untoward act. Entirely consistent. My question is this. Last session, we passed Senator Marsden's legislation which said that if a juvenile tried as an adult was convicted and sentenced to a sentence of 20 or more years, that person would be eligible for parole. In other words, if that juvenile, 17-year-old, was convicted of murder and given a life sentence, he would be eligible for parole. I heard you say earlier that in your substitute bill, if that same juvenile was convicted of a murder, albeit a new aggravated murder, that he would spend the rest of his life till his last breath in prison, thereby negating Senator Marsden's bill. Would you not agree that that's true? Your bill would do just that?
Mr.
Senator's floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, I answered the gentleman by saying, upon further reflection and through some assistance, I've gone over to the senator of from Western Fairfax and demonstrated to him on under two levels. Supreme Court of the United States said no juvenile convicted of murder could have a mandatory life sentence. But secondarily, if you'll look, Mr. President, I would direct the junior senator from the city of Richmond to line 374 in terms of after the title, which is 18.210, punishment for conviction of felony penalty. If you read that, it takes care of the concerns that he has and does not conflict with Senator Marsden's bill that has been passed into law. It reads, any person who was 18 years of age or older at the time of the offense and who is sentenced to imprisonment for life upon conviction of a Class 1 felony shall not be eligible for parole. 1. 2, any good conduct allowance earned, sentence credits. And 3, conditional release pursuant to certain code sections, including but not limited to geriatric release. So to answer, Mr. President, the gentleman's question, the bill actually does not permit what perhaps I had in my mind. It actually takes care of any conflict with the Supreme Court of the United States rulings, and it also has no conflict with Senator Marsden's earlier bill last year that is now law.
I thank the gentleman, Mr. President.
And Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? What purpose does the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask the senator from Franklin or either Southern Fairfax to answer a question.
Senator Yield for a question?
Always for him.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I love to hear when lawyers get up there and try to fool one another. That's good. But I'm trying to understand something, and I'm listening very carefully to what you were saying, what the senator from, where you from?
Eastern Fairfax.
Eastern Fairfax. And I'm trying to learn. What does aggravated murder mean?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Aggravated murder is what we call murder with special circumstances, that it's not your plain old, and I hate to use this in that way, I don't mean it in a negative way or treating it as trite, but your run-of-the-mill murder. It's murder with a special circumstance that makes it distinct and different from any other crime. Usually it elevates itself because it has a characteristic that is different and distinct from those things. It is found in from regular murder. It is found, Mr. President, I would tell the gentleman, in 18.231, where capital murder is defined. And there are 15 different special circumstances which would qualify as those special circumstances that would now constitute what we would define in this substitute as aggravated murder. I can go over every single one.
No, I'm fine. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Further question?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
So you were speaking about the person who got a lifetime in prison, and you were saying if the death penalty is removed, that they would remain in prison for life. So I'm saying, so is there a particular type of murder that you were talking about? Is that all murderers?
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman by saying what I was talking about were those murders that are defined currently in our code under Virginia Code 18.231 capital murder definitions.
Okay.
So,
okay.
And again, willful, just an example, willful, deliberate and premeditated killing of a person by another for hire.
Okay.
That is a capital murder offense right now that could come with the death penalty. We've seen in a lot of other states like Florida and Texas where the death penalty is given for murder for hire. If somebody was convicted of that aggravated circumstance, there wouldn't be a sentencing hearing. They'd be sentenced immediately to life without parole.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Senator, further questions?
Gentleman from Southern.
Eastern Fairfax?
Yes, sir. Please ask question.
Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. But, gentlemen, I'm trying to figure this last thing he was saying as far as those who would serve life in jail, and he cited the code, and it seems you have a problem with that particular one. I want to know why. His last statement, as far as that those who were murdered for capital murder, and he was saying that he would allow for them to receive life in jail without getting some type of parole.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wasn't entirely paying attention to the colloquy you had, but having said that, I believe what you were talking about is the 14 different forms of capital murder that are, or 15 that are about to become aggravated murder.
Right.
And the way this would work is if the substitute that I'm proposing that's passed the Judiciary Committee and the Finance Committee, if that bill were to be passed by us, consistent with the substitute that I have coming up, somebody could get charged with aggravated murder, and a judge would have an option to either sentence them. Well, a judge would have to give them life, but could sentence them, could suspend part of that sentence, any part of that sentence, unless the law enforcement officer was a victim. If the law enforcement officer is a victim, the person has to get life without parole, no geriatric parole, no anything. From my perspective, a judge is in the best position to make the decision as to whether or not the circumstances of the crime, the nature of the victim, the nature of the accused person's past merits some kind of and the person's involvement in the crime sort of merits some sort of a different sentence besides just a life in prison without parole. That's the way it works today, pretty much. And I don't think that we stand here in a better position to make judgments about what sentences people should get than the judge who has the full and complete information about about the facts of the case, the victim and the defendant, and what happened.
Thank you. Mr. President, I want to thank the gentlemen, but I'm just hoping that the lawyers who get on the floor have to understand. For example, I'm a retired CO technician from the phone company. I know about telephones. And it's good sometimes. Other people won't say so, but it's good sometimes when they're trying to explain to them something. I got a vote on it, and I would ask my question, what am I voting on? So I don't want to sound stupid, but I'm just voting on stuff because they talk that kind of stuff, and I'm saying, what are they talking about? So I have to ask the question. I do understand now. So sometimes I wish they would kind of break it down, because a lot of us in here are not lawyers. They pretend they're lawyers, but they're not. So I thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for your help. Thank you, sir.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than Senator Stanley wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate the debate, and I certainly appreciate the questions that I've received about this. I would only remind the body that perhaps when we talk about that if someone is convicted under the substitute that will be offered by the senator from Eastern Fairfax, that they have the possibility of getting out, that brings no comfort to the victim. That potentially puts our society and our citizens at risk for future harm. And some may think, well, you know, is that just too harsh? But I think we need to start with that if we're going to come back off of the death penalty, we need to do it where the sentence is an automatic life without parole. And you might think, well, geez, is that new? And Mr. President, I would tell you and the members of the body that it's not new. That almost half of our states in the United States are non-death penalty states that offer life without parole. Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Iowa, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, Rhode Island, Vermont, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Washington, plus the District of Columbia. This is not some new take on this, but I think we owe it to ourselves that if we're going to make a policy decision that the death penalty will be no more in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we must also make a promise to our citizens and our communities that we still take their aggravated murder conviction seriously so that the sentence isn't automatic. And no one will have to worry if a judge is going to sentence somebody less than life without parole, and that there's comfort to the victims' families. And you know, this body can come back later and determine for itself, okay, we did the life without parole. We adopted Stanley's floor substitute. It's working. Let's consider Suravel's floor substitute a year or two or three later. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the way we should do this. Do not forget, I'm not playing games in my floor substitute. I'm against the death penalty. Always have been, always will be. My record reflects that. On the grounds that I stated earlier, I'm consistent. But if we're going to abolish the death penalty, let's do it this way. Let's bring comfort to our citizens who elect us to come here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Will the senator from Franklin County yield for a question?
Will the senator yield?
Mr. President, he can ask me later because we've been talking about this stuff for so long. I'd just like to get through this one and see where we go from here if he doesn't mind.
I just have two questions.
See, now he wants two questions, Mr. President. We're in a negotiation at this point.
Yeah, that's correct. Does the senator yield?
I'll yield for one question.
Senator yields for one question.
Don't make it compound.
I was about to say, I'll ask a compound question. Mr. President, I would ask the gentleman that isn't it true that under the bill proposed by the Finance Committee and the Judiciary Committee and also the floor substitute, that if a judge, upon finding somebody guilty of aggravated murder, can choose, if they so decide, to give that person life in prison without parole?
Senator has the floor.
I'd answer the gentleman in the affirmative. Yes, it gives that judge the opportunity to sentence the convicted aggravated murderer to life without parole, but it also gives them the opportunity to sentence them less, as you've described earlier, in a suspended sentence type scenario, where this does not have, in my substitute, that ability of the judge to do so.
I'll refrain from asking another question.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Floor substitute fails. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Okay. Question is, shall the floor substitute from Senator Stanley be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 17, noes 22.
Ayes 17, noes 22. The floor substitute fails. Now, I believe we will take up floor substitute number 1 from the senator from James City County, Senator Norman, if you are on the line.
Senator Norman?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Mr. President, I am here and I'm enjoying every moment of it. I have two floor amendments in the nature of a substitute, each of which contain one proposed change.
Mr. President?
Yeah. Senator Norman, 1 second. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President,
Yes.
I believe Senator Norman actually has 3 floor subs, and I think in order to get to the 2 he just filed, he needs to withdraw this one. Then I have to go buy on my sub, and then we get to his. Is that right?
That's correct. So with that, Senator Norman, do you want to withdraw the first floor substitute?
Mr. President, I apologize because I'm not there. The one that I want to withdraw is, I'm looking at it, the number on it is 211-04329. I think Madam Clerk has the 2 that I want to act on that have been distributed. Mr. President, if it will help you, you can very quickly look at page 5 on the one I want to withdraw.
Okay, go ahead, Senator.
The one I'd like to withdraw, if you look on page 5, it has a paragraph 1, which deals with the killing of a law enforcement officer, and paragraph 2, premeditated killing of more than one person. That is the one that I want withdrawn.
Okay, Senator, I think we have the right one. Just to confirm, do you have the document number in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, let me read this to you and tell me if this matches.
Yes, sir.
Okay, 211-038-76D as in dog. Does that match?
That doesn't match any of the 3 that I have in front of me. If Madam Clerk,
Senator, and Senator, Madam Clerk reminds that this is the one you filed the other day, if that makes a difference.
it should be withdrawn, sir. Mr. President, please withdraw that one.
Okay, thank the Senator. Without objection, that floor amendment, nature of a substitute, is withdrawn.
Thank you for your patience, sir.
Okay, no, thank you. And now we'll go to Senator Servell, and then we'll come right back to you, Senator Norman. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to pass by temporarily the floor amendment in the nature of a substitute that I filed for today.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, that floor amendment, the nature of a substitute, will go by temporarily. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to take up the the first floor amendment, which actually at the top indicates that it was written on February the 2nd at 11:05.
Yes, that's number 4.
That's correct.
And that one, if you look at page 5, includes the willful, premeditated, and killing of a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that it has been a long day and there's been a lot of conversations about the death penalty bill, and I will be neither so loquacious or theatrical or prolonged on it.
And Senator, right before, I'm sorry to interrupt you, right before we get to that, does Senator mind waiving the reading of this particular one, and then we'll go forward?
Yes, sir. That will be my first motion, and I'm going to ask that we waive the formal reading of this proposed amendment in the nature of a substitute, please, sir.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment in the nature of a substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment in the nature of a substitute is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
I thank you very much, Mr. President. I'll try to cut to the chase on it because I think we've had enough loquaciousness for one day. Mr. President, what this bill does, the only change is on page 5, beginning on line 116. And what it provides is that capital punishment would still be available if there's a willful, deliberate, premeditated killing of a law enforcement officer in his line of duty. Earlier, I heard some very articulate discussions about an education bill wherein the senator indicated that he brings his life experiences. I bring some experiences in this particular area. When I first came to the General Assembly, Mr. President, I had tried more capital murder cases than any attorney in Virginia. And I came to the conclusion and would agree with many of my colleagues that I don't find capital punishment a deterrent for other acts. What I did come to the conclusion, Mr. President, that it absolutely ensured that there would never, ever be a repeat offense by that particular defendant. And it came about as a trial that I conducted in the city of Newport News, where I was representing a client who had only been released from the Department of Corrections about 3 weeks. He had served a substantial period of time for what had been ruled by a jury as a manslaughter case, where he stabbed a minister 35 times in the heart. I did not handle that trial. His explanation was that the minister had made a sexual overture to him and he reacted instinctively on it. Within 3 weeks, the same individual was driving down Jefferson Avenue in Newport News, and somebody in a pickup truck cut in front of him too quickly, and he took exception to it. So he trailed the pickup truck for about 3.5 miles. The pickup truck made the horrible mistake of pulling into a parking lot. The driver got out and walked towards this individual, and he was immediately stabbed to death. There was a passenger in the pickup truck, and he ran away from the scene for 3/4 of a mile. Being insistent, this individual chased him down and stabbed him 30-some times and killed him. And that individual, in my perspective, forfeited the right to continue his life. I have great respect for the position that my good friend and colleague from Franklin has on the death penalty. And I will say the only reason that I voted against his bill is because I have a different perspective on it. So very succinctly, there are those who disagree with me. I don't want to argue the constitutionality of it because I think I know where it's going, but I would move the passage of this amendment of the nature of substitute that makes the willful premeditated killing of law enforcement still eligible for capital punishment.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the floor substitute.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people, I think, have pretty firm views about this issue by now. And this is an issue that sort of everybody running for office has to think about. And I think everybody here has their views. I would just say that with respect to this floor substitute, as it's been teed up here, to get rid of the death penalty, I guess, for everything except for the willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of a law enforcement officer. I just want to make clear that there's absolutely no one here who doesn't value our law enforcement officers and what they do every day, putting themselves out there at risk to protect us and protect our communities, our constituents, protect us in this chamber. They're out there right now. I can see them from here. But this vote, from at least my perspective, I don't speak for my entire caucus, doesn't have to do with whether or not you value law enforcement. It has to do with whether or not this is an appropriate remedy for a government in a modern industrialized society that has that values due process, that values respect and human dignity. We had a case in Prince William County a few years ago, which was a really ugly case, where one of my constituents was shot. I believe two of Senator McPike's constituents were shot. 3 police officers arrived to deal with a domestic violence situation. The man had already shot his wife 3 times in the back with a handgun with his 11-year-old at home. And when the police got through the door, he opened fire with an AK-47 and killed a police officer her first day on the job, and shot the other 2 officers. And that case went to trial, and a jury of Prince William County citizens were given a choice of giving the death penalty in that case. Paul Ebert tried the case, one of the most experienced death penalty capital prosecutors in the country. He's probably, at the time he was trying that case, had probably put more people in the death chamber than anybody in America. And the jury deliberated and came back tied 6-6. And that man got life in prison without parole. I think 7 terms, I think. He ain't coming out. But, this is something that I think our communities have moved on from. We haven't had a death sentence rendered in Virginia, I think, since 2012. And these situations suck up a lot of resources. We'll talk about that more tomorrow. But from my perspective, this sub and the next one are not what we need. And last thing I'll say is, there was a poll that was done. A group polled 500 law enforcement or police chiefs, randomly polled them and asked them what they need in order to help solve crime. And actually they asked them, first of all, what interferes with effective law enforcement? Lack of law enforcement resources, number 1. Drug and alcohol abuse was number 2. Family problems or child abuse was number 3. Lack of programs for mentally ill was number 4. Crowded courts was number 5. And effective prosecutions, number 6. This is the chiefs saying that the prosecutors didn't know what they were doing. Too many guns was next.
Mr. President.
Gangs was next. And the insufficient use of the death penalty was the absolute last thing on the list. So,
Senator Yield?
Yes, question.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Based on what the senator from Williamsburg was talking about, I want to reverse. So what happens if I'm for don't murder no law enforcement officer, should get the death penalty? I'm for that. There's no question about that. But what happens when a law enforcement officer is wrong and willfully murder a citizen? Do you cover that?
What happens when, Mr. President?
What happens if a law enforcement officer willfully murders someone unlawfully? The senator from Williamsburg, who spoke about the law enforcement officers, he wanted to remove that. So I'm trying to figure out what would happen if a law enforcement officer is wrong and willfully murder someone else?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, well, that depends. First of all, if a law enforcement officer murders another person, that would either be second degree. Well, it could be involuntary, voluntary manslaughter. If it's premeditated, it could be. If it's heat of passion, it could be second, whatever. It could be second degree. It could be first degree murder if it's willful and premeditated. If there are special circumstances, it could rise to aggravated murder. It depends on the circumstances. If you flip it on the bill that I hope we pass later today, if somebody willfully, deliberately, and premeditatedly murders a police officer, they will go to prison and they will never get out.
Okay.
Ever.
But that's what I want to hear. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, just to finish, if you ask law enforcement is not asking for more use of the death penalty. They don't need it more. They don't want it more. There's a million other things they need ahead of this. And so, these two substitutes, and I'm not going to speak on the next one, they're not what anybody who's in the law enforcement business wants. They're more political tools. They're more for us as politicians than they are for law enforcement. Mr. President, I would hope we could reject both of them.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Okay, and again, just to orient everyone, we now have two floor substitutes from the senator from James City County, Senator Norman. The one that you are currently going to vote on, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, the document number would be 21104325D as in dog. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Chair is uncertain. We'll have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 16, noes 23.
Ayes 16, noes 23. The floor substitute fails. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the second floor amendment is dealing with multiple murders committed at the same time, and I would respectfully move to waive the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. Once again, the changes in this bill are only on page 5, beginning at line 116. Everything else in the bill remains the same, but capital punishment would be eligible if there is a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing of more than one person as part of the same act or transaction. That's the bill, and I won't trespass on the patience of my colleagues any further.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the current floor substitute? Seeing none, question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The floor substitute is rejected.
Got 8 hands.
Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 22.
Ayes 17, noes 22. The floor substitute fails.
Thank you for your consideration, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute. Speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Actually, Senator, you
I'm
want to
sorry, waive reading. Move to waive reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, should the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute and speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this version is identical to what came out of the Senate Judiciary Committee that also passed Senate Finance, with the exception of the enactment clause, number 4, lines 1741 to 42. The Attorney General requested this additional information to make clear that if there are any capital murders that occur in the next 4 or 5 months, that they don't get treated differently than the policy reflected in this bill. And I believe there might be one other case bouncing around the Fourth Circuit right now that it relates to as well. So they just wanted to make that clear. But that's basically the difference. Other than that, I think the bill is identical to what was introduced, and I'll explain it in more detail tomorrow.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1138, a bill relating to sexually transmitted infections, infected sexual battery repeal. Reported from the Committee on the Judiciary, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke. Go. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor amendment and speaking to that.
Does the senator want to waive the reading?
Yes, I do want to waive the reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1138 is a bill that repeals and modernizes our HIV criminalization provisions. This floor amendment reinserts language that was stricken dealing with authorizing the state health commissioner to share protected health information with first responders to the extent they need that information to know if they have been exposed to or need to get tested for hepatitis C. This is an amendment that was requested by the Sheriff's Association, and with this amendment, they have no opposition to the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1138 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1198, a bill relating to Government Data Collection and Dissemination Practices Act, license plate readers. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Mr. President, I'm going to make a request that bill go by. We just got the amendment, and I need to read it myself. So if that bill could go by one more day. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Without objection, Senate Bill 1198 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1384, a bill relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, local arbitration agreements. Reporting from the Committee on General Laws and Technology, there are three floor amendments and one floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would withdraw the first floor amendment to the introduced bill. It says 211-03775A on top.
Without objection, that floor amendment is withdrawn. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe next is the floor substitute. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, I've moved the waive reading of the floor substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, should the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute and speaking to that motion.
Senator, is the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this floor substitute narrows the original bill significantly, especially with the next two amendments that I hope we adopt as soon as we get through this floor substitute. But this bill basically is a local option bill regarding procurement. It basically allows a locality to ask about a company's arbitration practices. But the floor substitute is a little bit different than the bill that came out of the General Laws and Technology Committee. It cleans up some of the terms to make them consistent with Virginia law. For example, originally it talked about individuals instead of a natural person on line one. We don't define individual in the Code of Virginia or use that word typically. I deleted, or we took out some unnecessary language which really didn't do anything. We also put an income threshold in here for executive officers. There was an exclusion for executive officers. We put a clear income threshold in there, so there was some clarity about what that meant. We specifically excluded professional services from this substitute, and before anybody thinks that was my idea, it was not. It came from the engineers, architects, accountants, etc. Then it also clarified some time limits and some other things. It added some exemptions. For example, the banking industry wanted to have clear that a FINRA arbitration was excluded from this because they're required to do arbitration in some circumstances. That was put in here. And I believe it also made clear that arbitrations between businesses are excluded from this. So those are some of the things that were done to really make this a lot tighter and cleaner, to focus exclusively on employment arbitrations between businesses and employees and businesses and consumers. And I'll explain the bill more fully tomorrow, but that's what the sub does.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the waive reading of the two floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the floor amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. These two amendments basically just strike out subsections B and C of the new code section 2.24377.4 on lines 93 through 97, which basically what that does is it basically takes subcontractors completely 100% out of the bill. The bill previously said that businesses had to report on the arbitration practices of their subcontractors doing services. That's now completely out. That's basically what this amendment does.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
Mr. President.
Who are we? Okay. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff.
Quick parliamentary inquiry on this, Mr. President. It seems that the substitute is drawn to line 94, but what the patron is trying to do it to is line 93. So I think we're off by a line on these substitutes, unless I'm going with the wrong versions of this, which I'm not sure I am.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, want to address this question?
Mr. President, he appears to be correct based on what I just looked at. I think the drafter was off by one number on each line. It should have been lines 93 through 97 instead of 94 through 98.
Mr. President?
Sorry, Senator, just to clarify, we're talking about the floor amendment that addresses those particular lines. The floor amendment says lines 94 through 98, but I think Senator's indicated it should be lines 93 through 98. Is that correct?
Should be 90,
Mr. President,
should be 93 through 97.
Hold on one second.
Should be 93 through 97, Mr. President. 93
through 97. Okay. Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Staff.
That's correct, Mr. President. And I'm actually referring to the floor substitute of 211-04326 alpha. And then also, if you look at that, in line 89, I believe the first part of this, it should be line 88. So I believe the floor amendment's off by one line in both places on this bill. And I just wanted to draw that to the attention of the body. I tried to jump up before we accepted the floor amendment, but trying to hit my speaker and everything and mic, it just took me a minute. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell. Do you want this bill to go by for the day and we can...
Well, Mr. President, instead of doing, we should do that, but why don't we just do this? Having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopted the floor amendment, we already engrossed? Okay, well, by which we engrossed in advance?
No, we have not engrossed in advance.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of that.
Yeah. So, Mr. President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we adopt the floor amendment, I'd move that we reconsider that vote.
Question. Yes. Right. Okay. Well, we did them as a block, so we'll just do them as a block. The question is, shall the vote by which the floor amendments were adopted be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Can't hear anything. Senator Vogel votes aye. I somehow have lost the sound. I'm going to hang up and call back in. Oh, wait, I can hear you. Sorry, I apologize.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask the bill go by for the day, and I appreciate the senior senator from Virginia Beach's attentiveness.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the bill will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1439, a bill relating to the Department of Education guidelines on excused student absences, civic or political engagement. Reported for the Committee on Education and Health with an amendment, and there is a floor substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Sorry, I didn't listen to myself. I move to waive the reading of the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute be adopted, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that would provide, that school divisions provide a day, an excused absence for participation in a civic event. And during the committee, there were couple of questions around some guidelines that would be put around this policy. And so looking at the policy for Fairfax County, which has already adopted a similar policy, and looking at how the bill has moved through the other body, this bill provides a couple of parameters around such an excused absence, which are, I think, self-explanatory. So with that, I move we adopt the floor substitute.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1439 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1144, a bill relating to aircraft registration and licensing, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1160, a bill relating to removal of vehicles and cargoes involved in accidents liability, reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now that the substitute's been adopted, I move that the Senate engross Senate Bill 1160 and advance it to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1259, a bill relating to Virginia Highway Corporation Act, alteration of Certificate of Authority, powers, and duties of the State Corporation Commission, reported for the Committee on Transportation with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a floor amendment. I'd like to waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor amendment. And speaking to that,
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The underlying part of this bill that I'm attempting to amend deals with how the SEC handles toll rate increases by the Greenway, which is in Loudoun County. As you know, the Greenway is a privately owned highway, and it's going to deal with their toll request. Now, the way the bill is written creates a problem, and the problem is I guess partly my fault, is that somehow or another the representative of the Greenway was not able to testify at the hearing. For some reason, it just didn't pop up. He was hitting his button, and I've since talked to him, and I think there's an important amendment that needs to be made. And all the amendment does is, on line 91, is change the letter or the number 1 to the number 3. And the reason that's important is this, Mr. President. The number 1 means that the toll road operators can only ask for a rate increase for 1 year at a time. And what this means is the toll operator will have to make a rate increase request every single year, which at times can take up to 12 to 18 months. Although I don't know that it would take that long if they had to do it every year. We'd get it down a little bit and understand how to do it quickly. But the cost is close to $1 million a year, according to the toll operator. This is like Sisyphus pushing the rock up the hill, only to have it fall back for eternity. They're going to be in a constant rate review. As soon as they finish one, they immediately start the next one. And so what this bill does is allow them to do a rate increase every 3 years, and allows them to collect a toll rate increase if the SEC provides for it for 3 years at a time, rather than just 1 year at a time. Mr. President, our SEC is far too busy to be in a constant rate increase situation that just goes over and over like a hamster in a cage, never ending. And what this does is provide some savings to the toll operator and some fairness in this operation, in that toll increases could be given for a 3-year period of time rather than just a 1-year period of time. And that's what the bill does. You know, we usually don't have situations where rate reviews are done every year. The SEC is busy enough with the Clean Energy Act, and I would reiterate my motion that the floor amendment be adopted.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northwestern Fairfax? Senator Boysko, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the floor amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge our colleagues here in the Senate to vote against this floor amendment. I happen to be the lucky senator who represents everybody who lives on each end of this toll road, and there are people who spend over $400 a month getting to and from work. Actually, while I certainly appreciate our good friend from Western Fairfax, if we only go every 3 years to the SEC, that gives the private owner of the highway the opportunity to raise our tolls that we have to drive on annually without having to go through the SEC, as I understand. I would ask you to vote against this. We are the only location in Northern Virginia that has no HOV opportunity on a toll road. And if you were to take the regular roads, you could end up with your trip taking 45 to an hour and a half longer than it would otherwise. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Arlington? Senator Favola, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to speak to the amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, have a great respect for my colleague from Western Fairfax, and he does chair the Transportation Committee. But I have to say that this amendment would undermine a negotiated deal that many stakeholders sat down to work out. It is incredibly important to those of us who represent portions of Loudoun that our constituents have a rate reviewed every year. There are certain criteria identified in the bill, economic and social criteria have to be considered, and our constituents fear, and I think it's rightfully so, that there could be an increase in the rate over the 3-year period, and that's just not acceptable. So I understand the SCC may have staffing issues. I think what we do there is perhaps add budget language to help the SCC handle their workload. But this is not an issue that we should change 1 year to 3 for the SCC review. So I ask the body to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Loudoun County? Senator Bell, rise.
Speaking to the floor amendment.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that I presented today that passed out of committee before this floor amendment was considered is a bill that has bipartisan support. Every member of the Loudoun delegation, Republican or Democrat, at the General Assembly or at the county level, all support this bill. That doesn't happen very often. One of my former political opponents, former Delegate David Ramadan, has been a key partner in helping to get this bipartisan coalition together. We are all on the same page. If this amendment is approved, then we will no longer have that coalition together. The same bill, the one that I passed out of committee, was a result of negotiations, and there were a number of concessions to the Greenway owners, where we changed things, we amended things, and we tried to appease them. Let me give you a little, those of you who never take this road, the tolls today at peak are over $6. That's for one exit of a quarter mile, or if you take 14 miles. People would say, well, why do you do this when there's other alternatives? There really aren't. Many people, as others have said, have to take this road or face 45 minutes in traffic. If you're picking children up from childcare, it's $5 a minute you're late. So they're forced to pay this every day, and it's very expensive. The reason why Loudoun County has asked us to keep it this way is so they can make sure we don't have big increases over longer periods of time, which has been the history of this road. To the senator from Western Fairfax, they don't have to go to the SEC every year because the owners don't have to ask for a rate increase every year. They can choose not to ask. So that would take a lot of work off the SEC. The other thing I would say is if you look at the history of this road and compare tolls over the period from the time it came into existence in 1995 to today, it's increased 351%. Compare that to retail electricity prices, 52%. Compare that to natural gas prices, 73%. Let me reiterate that, 351%. So this toll is very high. It's a real problem. And after all these years, we finally got a bipartisan coalition. I ask that you reject the floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly speak against the floor amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the body. I have a little bit of experience with Greenway, not only having traveled it in 1995 when it opened and at much less cost, but also in serving as counsel for former Delegate Ramadan in an investigatory hearing of 5 days before the SEC. In that time, during the investigatory hearing, we presented every bit of evidence, and they've had every bit of evidence the SEC does in front of it now, where the claims, respectfully, from the senator from Western Fairfax, that it's going to be some big rigmarole and a big burden upon the SEC, I would disagree, because all of it's right there. And remember, just like a utility, they're entitled to a reasonable rate of return. That's what they're entitled to. Those are metrics and numbers that can be easily determined. Everything else has been established. We spent 5 days with Delegate Ramadan establishing those facts. And the only reason I believe that the SEC didn't take action there was because of how the statute was currently written, which this bill seems to correct. I'll remind everybody, just as the senator from Loudoun said, they don't have to ask for a rate increase every year. But man, do they get a rate increase every time they can get one. And the road, I think, cost $900 million to build, and now it is, $200 million to build. And if anybody's got a spare $200 million, we could build a road called the Southern Connector down in Henry County. And now it's billions of dollars in debt. They're carrying a load of billions of dollars. And it's not because they paved it with gold. It's not because all of a sudden they made it two-tiered. It's because they've been leveraging that road as a hedge fund. I am reminded of the movie Wall Street, Gordon Gekko, who said, greed is good. Greed works. It works for Teledyne, and then it works for Trip 2. The people of Loudoun deserve a road without an exorbitant toll that they have to pay on rate base, without distance base. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very good bill that does not require this amendment. I can tell you that this is not going to burden the SEC like it is claimed. And I ask you to defeat this floor amendment and allow this bill to be carried through this body. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake rise?
Sir, thank you, Mr. President. First to ask the patron, well, not the patron, the senator from Loudoun a question.
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Yes, Senator. Do you have any estimate of what the population growth has been in Loudoun County since 1995 until the present?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, it's been tremendous. We grow about 30 people a day, and it's been one of the highest growth areas in the United States.
And
Further
further
question?
question.
Senator
Yes.
Yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
And is it not true that a large part of that growth is it requires the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors to make zoning changes to allow that growth and the houses to be built and the people to come in?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that some of the zoning allowed the growth to happen. Some of it has been adjustments by the Loudoun County Board.
Thank you. Speak to the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
And my only comment would be, this was built in 1995, private agreement contract, Loudoun County, the Commonwealth, and this other company to build the toll. They built it. Loudoun County has continued to allow people to come in and come in and come in and allow their roads to be crowded. And now they're complaining. And of course, we all know roads have to be paved and paved and paved. Building them the first time is the least expensive. Maintaining them is what drives up the cost and goes on forever. And so it seems to me a 3-year period is not unreasonable.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Mr. President, if no one else wishes to speak.
Do any other senators wish to speak?
Mr. President, Senator Norman, I have a question for the senator from Loudoun.
Senator from James City County, you have the floor.
If the gentleman from Loudoun would yield for a question.
Will Senator
please.
yield?
Mr. President, I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, my question would be, while I don't think I have ever been on the Greenway, my concern is, are you aware of any regulated utility or other agency or project that may be under the control of the FCC that has a yearly rate review?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. Chairman, what I would say is this is a unique situation because it's the only project that's like this in the Commonwealth. It was the first public-private partnership created, and it's the only road that is regulated by the SEC. So it's completely unique. So it makes sense to have rules that are unique.
Further question?
I would thank the gentleman, Mr. President, just speaking very briefly.
Senator has the floor.
When I was in local government, we went through the most intense rezoning period in the history of the historic triangle. And I repeatedly heard from developers, this is a unique situation. And I would say, Mr. President, with all due respect, and I know it is financially burdensome, I still don't buy the uniqueness argument for making unique rules. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Mr. President, just to close out.
Senator has the floor.
When Dominion has a rate review every 3 years, I assume all 3 of those years are considered when they do the rate review. These were the costs over those 3 years, and we get the rate review. In this case, they're only allowed 1 year. If they waited till 3 years, they'd only be able to count the previous year, not the previous 3 years. That's the unfair part of this part of the bill. And this amendment does no harm to the rest of the intent of the bill, and I'm glad they have peace in the valley in Loudoun County and everybody agreeing to it. But it almost forces, in fact, it does force the Greenway to do it every year because they only get 1 year. And if they wait 3, they only get 1 year. So this way they have to do it every year to have their cost evaluated by the SEC for a toll increase. It's just not fair. Nothing else is handled this way. And regardless of the other aspects of the bill, which I support, this is fundamentally not what we want to be able, fundamentally not what we should be supporting. And I urge you to vote for the floor amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. Senator from Loudoun County, Senator Bell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1397, a bill relating to conditional release of geriatric or terminally ill inmates, notice to attorney for the Commonwealth, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with amendments.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was having a hard time getting back on. Mr. President, I would respectfully ask that the Senate Bill 1397 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Does the senator want to move the committee amendments first?
Oh, didn't see those. Thank you very much. Mr. President, I respectfully move the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now make the proper motion. I would respectfully move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1470, a bill relating to vehicle registration, special communication needs indicator, reported from the Committee on Transportation with amendment.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendar, pages 24 through 27, it's Senate Bill 1234 through 1446, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first reading of the titles of the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 24 through 27, Senate Bill 1234 through Senate Bill 1446, be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Without the bark, Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
I bark aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, no 0.
Ayes 36, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I now move that those bills go by for the day.
Question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on second reading go by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on second reading.
Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 27 to 28, SJR 288 through SJR 323, be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block, please wait till after the clerk has read the number of the resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 27 through 28, Senate Joint Resolution 288 through Senate Joint Resolution 323, be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a resolution from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 288, reported from the Committee on Rules, and there's a floor substitute.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Yes, Mr. President. The floor substitute was requested by the Governor's Office and the Attorney General's Office so that SJ 288, I'm sorry. Oh, I need to wait to read it. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the substitute was requested by the Governor's Office and the Attorney General's Office for SJ 288, the Barbara John statute. It changes the wording in the title and the resolve clause from memorializing language to authorizing language to adjust the way the request was made. And that is pretty much the complete text of the substitute.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution 293, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that the amendment be approved.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution 323, reported from the Committee on Rules.
Question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolutions are engrossed in advance to their third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Resolution on second reading. Senate Resolution 95, supporting the establishment of a commemorative commission to honor Booker T. Washington with a statue in the old Senate chamber. Reported from the Committee on Rules with amendment.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate engross Senate Resolution 95 and advance it to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Okay. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan. We're going to take up HB 2333.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask the body to reconsider the vote by which the bill was passed yesterday.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which House Bill 2333 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now like to reconsider the vote by which the floor amendment number 2 was agreed to yesterday and speak to that.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, this is the vaccination bill from the House. And everybody take a deep breath because I expect a lot of debate on this. But yesterday we put in an amendment where the word for, F-O-R, was put into the text because it had been accidentally omitted and it was put in the wrong place. So we are going to, yes, I know, we are going to do the heavy lifting now of changing that. So with that, I would like to reconsider amendment number 2.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the word for? Seeing none, the question is, shall the vote by which floor amendment number 2 was agreed to be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote? Senator Vogel, how do you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Senator Norman?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 1.
Ayes 36, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation we reject, I move amendment number 2.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall floor amendment number 2 be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Floor amendment number 2 is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we waive the reading of floor amendment number 3.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of floor amendment number 3 be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of floor amendment number 3 is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having previously explained, I move that we accept floor amendment 3.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall floor amendment number 3 be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Floor amendment number 3 is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we pass House Bill 2333, like we did yesterday.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall House Bill 2333 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Senator Vogel, how did you vote?
Senator Vogel votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. House Bill 2333 passes. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would inquire of the clerk, does that complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
No, we were hoping to stay here all night.
There's a supplemental calendar, I forgot.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? For what purpose does the Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an announcement.
Senator has the floor.
For procedural reasons that at this late time I couldn't possibly explain to you what they are. Nonetheless, the situation is that we cannot hear bills in finance on Thursday afternoon. That means we have to hear all remaining bills tomorrow. So if you have a bill still in finance, we will hear it tomorrow morning starting at 9. And because of the additional workload, we will be meeting until 1. Okay? Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise for a point of personal privilege.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, as I look at the stack of papers on my desk, I want to endorse the Senate staff's attempt earlier to have us do this all electronically and throw down the gauntlet and say, I think we can do this, and we don't need paper anymore. So I hope we can consider that going forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what, for what purpose does the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for an announcement.
Senator's the floor.
The Senate Ag Committee will not meet this evening. I think it's fair to say we run out of time. We will have a meeting on Thursday morning, which will start at 8 a.m. sharp. And I will consult with the chair of finance and the specialists in time machines to figure out if we have a bill with fiscal impact, how we're going to handle that. But in the meantime, Thursday morning at 8 a.m.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Rise for an announcement.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if any of you actually look at your co-sponsor requests, I don't anymore because it's all kind of become spam. But if you look at it, you might note that I circulated a co-sponsor for a commending resolution for the Virginia State Police and the National Guard for the actions at the Capitol on January the 6th. I would hope that everybody in the body would consider signing on to that, and I've also sent it to everybody in the House. But feel free to check it out, but I hope everybody could sign on to that. I just want to let everybody know it's there, since we're not circulating the paper as much as we usually do.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
For an announcement.
Senator, has the floor.
In a similar vein to the senator from Fairfax City, the Committee on Privileges and Elections will not meet this afternoon, but will meet on 8:30 on Thursday, 8:30 a.m.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, breaking with my two colleagues, the Senate General Laws and Technology Committee will meet. We have only one bill to take care of. It should be fairly quick, and then we'll be out of here, and we don't have to come back at 8 o'clock in the morning sometime. So.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be recognized? For what purpose, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley, rise?
Just a brief announcement.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to announce to everybody, we've worked pretty hard today. We've worked pretty late. Let's not keep the staff here later. Let's all take out our trash and put it right over there, if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Tomorrow, Tuesday, February 2nd, the Committee on General Laws and Technology will meet immediately upon adjournment in the East Conference Room. There's no Ed and Health meeting this week. The Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources will not meet tonight. They will meet Thursday at 8 a.m. This is a schedule change. The Committee on Privileges and Elections will not meet tonight. They will meet Thursday at 8:30 a.m. This is a schedule change. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Higher Education will meet tomorrow, immediately up after General Laws. Is that right? It'll be on your calendar tomorrow. The Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Higher Education will meet in the Senate chamber. Senators Locke, Howell, Sasslaw, Norman, Ruff, and Edwards. That'll be on your calendar too. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 3rd, the Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Public Safety will meet at 7:30 a.m. West Committee Room. Senators Lucas, Norman, Ruff, Edwards, Peterson, Marsden, and Eben. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet at 9 a.m. in the West Committee Room. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 12:30 p.m. Democratic Caucus Room. The Republican Caucus will meet at 12:30 p.m. in the Republican Caucus Room.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, I call on the Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 1 p.m. tomorrow.